Good morning and welcome to everyone. I'm Fran Albrecht. I am the Vice Chair of the Board of Regents, and I am honored to serve as Chair today and tomorrow in the excused absence of our Chair, Paul Tuss. On behalf of myself and my fellow Regents, I send the very best regards to Paul, his daughter Caroline, son Nolan, as they support wife and mother, Pam Hillary, as she courageously continues her journey with ALS. And I believe that Paul is watching us this morning, and I want to send our good thoughts your way to Paul. It's a pleasure to be here on the campus of City College, MSU Billings. I am personally a proud alum of MSU Billings, where I received my master's degree in education. Little did I know that I would have the opportunity to serve the entire state at this level. It is such an honor and truly a privilege. With students back in school, this is certainly a wonderful time of year to be involved with the Montana University system. Our dedicated students, faculty, and staff are working hard to share and develop the kind of knowledge and creativity that makes college such a transformative experience. And I'm pleased to say that we are already hearing how this semester is off to an excellent start at our colleges and universities across our great state of Montana. Welcome everyone as we begin this new academic year. And as an overview of the next day and a half, our business agenda reflects the tremendous efforts of our educators and providers across the system who strive to keep education accessible, affordable, and of the highest quality. By the time we adjourn tomorrow, and I've promised that we will stay on track, though I don't think that we'll be able to finish everything today. Sorry about that. As we will have covered and discussed the following items and more. We're going to be having a conversation later this morning on the subject of the Montana University system governance. And I think that as regents, we have the opportunity, the privilege, and the responsibility to ensure that we are guiding this university system down the right road and to take a difficult, hard look at whether our current structure is serving us in the best capacity. I think that we have to have a candid conversation as to how we will guide and lead this university system into the future. One of the aspects we will address is how we can ensure that we continue to meet our constitutional governance obligations and public expectations for higher education. This board values inter-campus collaborations, efficiencies of shared services, and attention to mission differentiation among our diverse campuses. We know that our dedicated faculty, staff, professional and administrative team members value the same. We all know Montana's desire one higher education system and the opportunity for students and families to choose among diverse educational offerings throughout the Montana University system and an efficient and affordable approach to education. We look forward to these future discussions about how the board can incentivize, guide, and support institutional success through reasonable program prioritization and resource allocation strategies. That will require candid conversation and discussion that may be difficult at times, but that is our obligation as a member of the Board of Regents to guide this system into the future. Also later this morning, we will welcome a team of Billings area economic development leaders for a presentation on local and regional business needs and accomplishments. Our guests associated with the Billings Chamber, Big Sky Economic Development, and Downtown Billings Alliance are our valued partners whose presence today we greatly appreciate. It's great to be here in Billings. Our committee agenda are busy. We would expect that at the start of a new year. We have our 2-year and community college committee, our staff and compensation committee, and a number of items today to cover today and tomorrow. Later today, we have the Administrative and Budget Committee, which will address annual operating budgets and a number of building and lease proposals so that we can maintain our excellent quality of education and services. It is truly amazing when you think the state of Montana, with a general fund investment of $195 million that goes into our colleges and universities, is able to leverage and offer that investment as a thriving $1.54 billion enterprise of teaching, research, and service activity, bolstering our workforce for the future. Tomorrow, the Academic Research and Student Affairs Committee will cover a number of items, including a program planning update and reports on student health and safety and American Indian and minority achievement. We will always look forward to our opportunities at these quarterly meetings to meet with and have candid conversations with faculty representatives as we did this morning. Tomorrow morning, we'll have a breakfast meeting with local community members and hear their input about how we can continue to better serve this community as well as the other communities across our state of Montana. We will also have an opportunity to meet with our always impressive student representatives over lunch. And one note of the student representatives, I want to reaffirm the board's commitment and support to an important conversation that occurred with students at the May meeting in Havre, where the board had the opportunity to publicly state our commitment to providing all students with a welcome and safe environment for education on our campuses. Our campuses work very hard to provide a peaceful and dignified environment for all students, respecting diversity of sexual orientation, sexual identity, and diversity of all. Thank you to our students for all you do to represent the most important resource we have, your individual and collective talent, brain power, and engagement in education, and your valuable input in ensuring our campuses are safe, engaging, and supportive. We owe that to you, and we are here to support you. At this time, I would like to ask our gracious hosts, Chancellor Mark Nook of MSU Billings, to provide us with a welcome to City College of MSUB. Chancellor Nook.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. All right. Well, good morning and welcome to Montana State University Billings, and in particular our City College campus. We are an institution with two campuses, the University campus and the City College campus. Welcome to all of you. This year marks an important year for us. It is the year that we welcome our 90th freshman class, our 90th year in operation. And as we begin this year, we've been looking forward to 10 years from now and starting to plan for our future and what this institution will be going forward even after we celebrate our centennial. It was about 100 years ago that people in this community started to plan for an institution of higher education. And a small group of business people approached the legislature, and finally, after about a 10-year struggle, were able to achieve the legislation that created Eastern Montana Normal School. From that, Eastern Montana College and finally Montana State University Billings came into existence. City College is in its 45th year. It started in 1964, 42nd year, 1964, and joined us in 1978, and ultimately 1994 became part of MSU Billings. As we start this year, next slide please. So we started this year, we held a convocation and invited internationally known speaker John Gardner, president of the John N. Gardner Institute, to spend 2 days with us and help us understand what it means to be not a student-centered institution, but an institution centered on student success. And he helped us understand the difference of that. John is the person, more than anybody else, that started the first-year experience movement. First-year seminars have been around, he'll tell you much longer than that, but the first-year experience and focusing on students in transition as they come to college and move through their freshman year and into their sophomore year, and also as they move from their senior year into work. John spent 2 days with us helping us look at things that we might do to focus our work around student success. We had an interesting meeting, a wonderful meeting this morning over breakfast with faculty members from all of the campuses talking about work that's being done to improve retention and the success of our students. Much of what John helped us understand was exactly that. Looking especially at policies that might seem to us to be student-friendly and are, but aren't necessarily friendly to the success of those students. And so it's been an eye-opening experience. The number one comment out of it, though, from faculty and staff was, we have to have more of this. And what they meant was the opportunity to sit down and talk to each other across lines that naturally exist at any university, but taking a moment to step back and say, what are we doing as an institution, and how do we serve our students? Moving forward as an institution, it's what we have to do to build a strong university for Billings and for Eastern Montana, is to make sure that we're always focused on the success of our students and not just making our institution open to them to come in, but once they're here, to make sure and guarantee their success. Next, please. This year also marked a highlight for us in the introduction of Peaks to Plains. All of you should have received a copy of this in the bags or mailed to you at some time. It's also available on our website. If you look closely, it says Volume 1, Edition 1. It is the first in what we hope is a long line of Peaks to Plains that is an opportunity for us to tell our story in a little bit more in-depth and nuanced way than you can do with simple news stories and press releases. So look forward to more of these. We're very excited about it. There's some great stories in there about research opportunities and some of the many things that our students and alums are doing. There's also, I want to call your attention to, in the very middle, there's an envelope so that you too can be one of the donors to Yellowstone Science and Allied Health Building. We'd appreciate your support. Next, please. I'm going to take a little time to introduce you to a few of our students. Nick Nyhinke was a student here at City College in our welding program. He grew up in Idaho and found us by looking for colleges that have the best welding programs, and City College at MSUB came up. Nick this past year competed in Skills USA competition at the state level in Havre and won the top award there, and then moved to the national competition as well in Kentucky. And at the national competition, he placed second. Just an outstanding job by Nick. We had one other student 2 years ago that moved on to the national competition and finished in the top 10 as well. He was in the auto body and auto mechanics program. So it talks a lot about, or helps us understand, sort of the quality of education that we're offering in the technology fields in particular here at City College. Next. Our ABLE group, the American Indian Business Leaders Group, it is a group inside the marketing program at the university campus of MSUB. It's led by marketing professor A.J. Otgen. The ABLE group this year consisted of Bessie Crookedarm and Sabrina Half and Violet Birding Ground. They put together a business plan around a book and a publishing company, and the book they produced is a story of a young Native American girl. And I can tell you it's an excellent book. It comes both Maddie and Brielle approved. My two granddaughters love it. So if you'd like a copy of that, let me know, and we'll hook you up with a copy of that book. The ABLE group on our campus has competed in this national business plan competition for several years, and in the last 8 years, they have won the national title 6 times. It's just an amazing group of individuals that come forward, and it's a testament to the work that A.J. Otgen and our marketing program is doing in the College of Business at City College. Coming up later in the year, in about a month, we will host an evening with, and our speaker this year will be Henry Winkler. Last year, we had in Terry Bradshaw, and the year before that, Rudy Giuliani. Henry will be our keynote. Looking forward to hearing the words that he shares with us, especially with the work he's done recently in working with children of dyslexia and making that story known, and the struggles that they face, and the work that he's done with colleges and universities and educational institutions across the world to bring more focus on the issues and the challenges that they face, and how creative some of these individuals are. We will be inducting 3 people into the Montana Business Hall of Fame at this time: Terry Payne of Payne West Insurance, Karen Fagg from HKM Engineering, and Nick Walters of the Billings Clinic. It was amazing getting to meet each of these and approach them and let them know that they had been nominated for this. All 3 of them could not believe it. They're extremely humble individuals. And all 3 of them expressed, first and foremost, how much this would mean to their employees, not to them. But it was about what the people in the organizations that they had built have done, and it's recognition not for these three individuals' work, but the work of their companies and the people within their companies. That was really impressive. I have to point out for President Cruzado that when we approached Nick Walters and said, Nick, I'd like to honor you in this way, he says, not bad for an English major. He was an English major as an undergraduate. Next, please. Little housekeeping for you. You have in your packet some information on the building and the building layout. All the meetings will happen in this room for the most part. If you need restrooms, they are immediately outside to both the right and the left, and either on the first floor or the second floor. They're right above each other. So lots of access there. Many of the meals will be outside in a tent. Some of them will be in here. Pay attention to the schedule, and we can help you with that. All right, next one, please. This evening, we have a reception for you in our TEAL room. It's T-E-I-L. That's Technology Enhanced Interactive Learning Room. And in this room, we have the ability to really use technology in some creative ways. And we're going to have the regents and other guests that show up actually use some of this, get some lessons, learn a little bit. We have a couple professors that'll take you through some short lessons and help you understand how this technology is being used by students. Some of our students will be there that are in classes that are currently using these classrooms. So it should be an interesting opportunity, opportunity for you to engage, much like some of our students are, in some of the new technology that, quite frankly, they'll be using when they enter the workforce. And it's important that they have the ability to interact with it as students. Getting there is fairly easy. You have a map in your packet. You just head down Shiloh to Rimrock and then to 27th. It's give yourself about 20 minutes to get there with the traffic and things, but fairly easy to get there. We're asking that you park in the parking ramp that's there, and if you'll go to the second or the third floor, it'll be fairly easy to take the walkway across to the College of Business. There'll be a reception for you as well at that time. I also want to draw your attention to our 9/11 memorial. We're the only site in the state of Montana that has a piece of the Twin Towers, and it's resting just in front of our building. There is a memorial, a monument to the Twin Towers that sits just above it. We have also, as we celebrated this past Sunday, the 9/11 memorial, we have the healing field set up, which is 1,000 American flags. We worked closely with the Billing Exchange Club. They really manage the healing field. We partnered with them to bring that healing field out to be part of our ceremony and to leave it up throughout the week so that we could all take some time this week to think about what that event has done and how it has changed the lives of so many of us, even in Montana, so far from Washington, D.C. and New York, where the crises happened. But it really has touched all of us. It is a major event on this campus to celebrate 9/11 each year, but especially this year, the 15th anniversary. So take some time to view the memorial. We have some of the paintings also that were done donated to us by one of the fighter pilots that was actually involved in covering the New York City sky after the attacks happened. At this time, I'd like to thank several people. No event like this happens without a lot of people being involved. In particular, I'd like to thank Aaron Klinging-Smith and the staff at University Relations, and Debbie Brown in particular, Joy Ott in my office, and Kristen Peterman and Brandy Sones, our student union staff. They're hiding out there and probably won't poke their head in, but they took care of all of the arrangements and made sure that things are set up. The City College staff and faculty, we have had to get in the way just a little bit to pull this off, but I want to thank the faculty and the staff at City College for all they've done to host us as well. And finally, the MSUB dining services for the meals and snacks and everything that they've prepared for us. Again, welcome to MSUB, the City College campus, and to the City of Billings. I had the opportunity yesterday to meet with a group of people at a Billings work meeting, and they couldn't be happier to have the Regents in town and an opportunity to support higher education in our community and throughout this state. Thank you.
Thank you, Chancellor Nook. And thank you for so graciously hosting us. We're looking forward to the next day and a half. I'd like to move on to approval of minutes. Regent Johnstone. Oh, we don't need a second. All in favor? Motion approved. We'll move on to the Commissioner and System Report, and I want to thank the campuses for submitting some excellent reports. And please, we all take the time to review those campus reports, and there's so many exciting things going on. And I'd like to also commend Jane Karras for her recognition recently. We're very proud of the work you're doing up there at Flathead Valley Community College. Congratulations. Commissioner Christian.
Madam Chair, thank you. I too would like to thank Chancellor Nook and his campus for hosting us. It's always interesting when the board comes to town, I guess, and we appreciate all that you've done to prepare for this meeting. Would like to extend my welcome to all of our students and faculty as they return to campus here this fall. And of course, maybe it's not a welcome back to many of our staff and administrators, but welcome to the second week of September, something like that. It is good to be back. I'm very proud of the work that is going on within the Montana University system. I had a chance to share some with the board at our July meeting, but summer is often the time when system head meetings convene across the country. We belong to two different associations that has people in similar positions to mine across the country, and it's always enlightening to leave Montana and go see what the rest of the world faces, and I have to say we're in a pretty good spot. We are really on track or even ahead of the curve on many of the topics that systems around the country are just starting to grapple with. How to provide high-quality education that is affordable to all of its citizens, something I think has been a huge priority of this board's for the last decade at least. Talks about completion, retention, things that are well ingrained in our culture, math pathways, developmental ed approaches, dual enrollment, and of course funding. We still remain, with the governor's support and that of the legislature, one of only 3 or 4 states in the country that have not seen pretty steep reductions in state support for its institutions. So that puts us in a place far and away above where many institutions are around the country. So with that said, I think it's time that we dig into the meeting. September is a very busy meeting for us in that we approve our operating budgets. We'll spend some time with that. I'd like to reserve some time. We'll have some opening comments before the budget meeting portion of this agenda. We are going to move fairly quickly through the Commissioner's report and then into the board planning session. And the planning session has been renamed from Board Education, which I think is an important nuance to the agenda, because I think it's really a time for us to sort of dig in and look at various aspects of how the board can fulfill its fiduciary role in providing for the Montana University system and providing that it has the framework to properly allocate funds entrusted to this board and to this system by the legislature, which are state tax dollars, something I never want to overlook. These are hard-earned taxpayer dollars that have been entrusted to us to spend appropriately on the university system. And I think we started conversations in our planning meeting in July, and as we sort of go through evaluations of how our board functions, we really started to delve into this larger issue of what is the right framework for us to be most effective as a governing board in overseeing both the institutions, the missions of those institutions, the students that they serve, and then ultimately leading toward what is the right mix for state funding, for tuition revenue, and ultimately financial aid. Those are kind of the three stools that we will talk about in this next section. And I think it's an important conversation. I don't want everybody to come with the mindset that we're throwing out the old and this is some new grand plan. I don't believe it's that. I think it's a review of plans, and we've had periodic reviews since the Blue Ribbon Commission in 94, 5, which restructured much of what we know within the system. 2000, there was a consultation to see how that implementation was going. 2009, we again had Dennis Jones from NCHEMS come to Montana and really evaluate how we function as a board. And I think this truly is a continuation of that. What is the right governance model? Are we on that model? Have we implemented many of the things that were presented to us in the Blue Ribbon Commission? And I think that is sort of the heart of where we want to go in this conversation. How do we better and more efficiently share services across the system to make us the most efficient system that we possibly can? And I think that's sort of at the heart of what many of the national conversations were this summer, which is given where we think revenue streams are, given the unlikelihood Pell sees a great expanse or the states step up to a larger level. And of course, that's a different conversation amongst many other states, because this state has stepped up, and this governor has stepped up in supporting education for the last several sessions at really, truly unprecedented levels. That's something other states haven't faced, but you see other states grappling with sort of a restricted revenue picture. And so they're looking at how do we continue to provide high-quality education cost effectively. And I think part of this governance conversation is really driving at that conversation. Knowing that the revenue window has minimal opportunities to grow, we have to make sure that we are doing everything we can on the expense side to be as efficient as possible. And I think that's really the conversation that we want to have in this planning piece. So I think with that, we will move into, Tyler has a few things to say about enrollment. Enrollment is not the theme of the day, although some would like to have it that way. Enrollment, though, is an important piece of any discussion that we have in September around budgets, because it is the basis for some of our budget projections. And so we will talk to what extent we can. I have certainly challenged Tyler, who does a good job stepping up to these challenges to get us the numbers. I think he can walk you through some of the challenges in getting those numbers before everybody really has a chance to count. And you got to remember, everybody starts at a different time, right? Billings, for example, has been, what, you're 3 days in now?
This is day 5.
Day 5. So their picture of where students are looks very different than some that have started earlier, but none have reached that 15-day mark, which is when we try to officially do our estimate. And so Tyler can walk us through that, and then we'll move into this MSU governance framework discussion. Maybe, Tyler, before we do, we have it as other, but might back up one step. I know we have some new people within the system, and we'll just quick do the introductions if we can.
Thank you, Commissioner and members of the board. I would like to introduce 3 new people to you who have become a member of the leadership team at the University of Montana in the last several weeks. And I will begin with Beverly Edmond, who is our new provost in an interim role. Beverly started just about 6 weeks ago. She comes as a representative of something called the registry. There's an organization that you can go to on a national level, and they will help you find interim provosts, deans, presidents, that sort of thing. And so Beverly has a long history as a provost and a lifelong career in academics. She is off to a fantastic start. She has a background at Albany State University and a variety of other institutions as well. So Beverly Edmond, welcome to the University of Montana. I will, okay. Next, I want to introduce our new Vice President for Enrollment and Student Affairs, Tom Crady. Tom Crady also started just a couple of months ago, and Tom comes to us from Gustavus Adolphus University and has spent his life in the highly competitive private sector higher education world. And so Tom is off to a great start, getting us new strategies and methods for improving our enrollment. So Tom, welcome. And then Paula Short is our new communications director. Paula may be familiar to some of you. She's been in the state for many years, a graduate of the University of Montana Forestry College. She's been working for the Department of Natural Resources these last 20 years or so. So Paula, welcome to the University of Montana as well. I don't believe we have any other introductions from the other campuses on the UM side. So thank you, Commissioner.
Madam President.
Yes, Madam Chair, members of the board, Mr. Commissioner, at Montana State University, we're placing an emphasis on making sure that we build the next generation of leaders. You have met some of the faculty fellows that we have been inviting in the past to leave with us for an entire year. And today, I'm delighted to introduce two faculty members. One from MSU Bozeman campus, Jeffrey Conger. He's a faculty member and former department head of graphic designs and an award-winning faculty member, and we're delighted to have Jeffrey working with us for this year. Thank you, Jeffrey. Also, I think the Regents are now familiar with the American Council on Education Faculty Leaders Program. This is a national program, and a cohort of about 30 faculty members choose an institution also to have an internship for a year. This year we have our third American Council on Education fellow. His name is Dr. Eric Lopez. He's the Dean of Education at Texas A&M San Antonio. Welcome, Eric. And Madam Chair, I think that Dean and CEO Susan Wolf would like to make an announcement as well.
Thank you. It's my great pleasure to ask Mary Kay Bonilla to stand. She is serving as our interim Chief Student Affairs Officer, besides being an outstanding Human Resources Director. So welcome, Mary Kay.
And last but not least, our host campus has a very important announcement to make as well.
Yeah. I'd like to introduce our new president and CEO of the Montana State University Billings Foundation, Bill Kennedy. Bill probably needs fewer introductions in this state than anyone else. He got a degree from MSU in teaching, and then a master's degree from MSU Billings. Was a teacher for a while, and a longtime county commissioner in Yellowstone County. Also a local restaurateur and caterer. We couldn't be happier to have Bill leading our efforts raising money for scholarships and also for Yellowstone Science and Allied Health Building. Welcome, Bill.
Any other introductions? Okay, Mr. Trevor.
Madam Vice Chair, members of the board, good morning. We have a discussion, more of a discussion here than a report on enrollment estimates, early fall enrollment estimates at that, and I stress the word early. The Commissioner talked about the 15th day, and so the question is, why is it the 15th day? Well, on the 15th day is the day that you have to pay your fees. You have to pay your tuition up and from the time that you enroll, that could be in the spring, all the way until the 15th day, you have to pay. Parents who have their children in school right now, or kids like myself, got those bills in, hopefully. Financial aid kicks in also, and it comes in at different speeds. And campuses then make arrangements for students to pay. So if you have an arrangement to pay or you paid, you can continue to be enrolled after the 15th day. If you haven't, you can't. You can also drop class between the beginning of class and the 15th day. And that occurs as students find out, graduate students maybe, that they can't do their work and their school at the same time. So we have a moving target, and that's really what I'm here to tell you, is that I was challenged by the Commissioner to pull together individual campus accurate estimates of enrollment for fall. I did so because he's my boss, but I also did so begrudgingly and disrupted a lot of people's lives for the last 2 weeks to come here to tell you that I'm just uncomfortable with the accuracy at which I can produce at this time. Most of our campuses really are on the 11th day of class. I'm only as good as the last day, so it's the 12th day of class, but I only have through the 11th day. We did learn a lot, though, and that's probably the most important aspect here. Also, dual enrollment comes in throughout the entire year, too, and it's different for every campus, making it even doubly hard. But with all of those excuses out of the way, I will say this is what we did learn, and what we learned and the importance of what we learned. And the importance of what we learned is very critical on a September board meeting. This is the operating budget approval meeting. Those budgets are in part based upon enrollment. They're based upon enrollment projections for the entire fiscal year. Fall is a good indicator of the entire fiscal year, but it's not the whole picture. But we use those budgeted FTE to generate our dollars, and it drives revenue through tuition and state appropriations. So that's why the discussion is so important to have today. And what we learned through this process, that we can report to the Regents and verify to the Regents that we have solid enrollment as a system, and that enrollment as a system meshes very closely with what we are budgeting as a system. And that's the importance, is that the validity of our operating budgets and the strength of those budgets, I'm here to tell you, is backed by our current enrollment. As a system, we will be slightly up if my targets are correct. And that is exactly, maybe not exactly, but very close to what we are budgeting. And in November, at the next Board of Regents meeting, I'll be here with a detailed report, still called preliminary fall enrollment. You're starting to wonder, well, when is this doggone thing final? It's actually not final till the end of semester. The last count we take is on the last day of class after all grades come in. And that's what makes fall final. So for those who, and most of us, including my wife, cannot believe that enrollment could be so doggone complicated, it can actually produce a job for somebody. And I've ridden that for the last 20 some odd years. So, Madam Vice Chair, that's basically all I have in terms of our early fall enrollment estimates.
Thank you. Any questions? Regent Johnstone.
I can't escape asking one question. Slightly up from what? From the projections or from last year?
Madam Vice Chair, Regent Johnstone, thank you for clarifying that. It's slightly up from last year on the end-of-term enrollment for fall. Oh, okay, this is where I just got myself wrapped around the axle. The budgeted enrollment we have is fiscal year, and what I'm saying we're slightly up from is the fall enrollment, yes, of end-of-term. Sorry.
Regent Nice-Tune.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The question, we face this every year in September when we come to meet here. Why do we meet, at this point in time, as opposed to, let's say, the 1st of October, when we'd actually have hard, real, live data that we could really use? Our budgets are approved now, but if we move the meeting back 2 weeks, we'd have the data to actually feel really good about instead of using these projections.
Commissioner Christian.
Madam Chair, I won't say there's any logic behind it, but there is some reason behind it. Legislatively, statutorily, we're required to approve a unified budget for all funds prior to the 1st of October. And the reality of it is that whatever date we pick, that 15th day, and when we can actually have what would then be preliminary enrollment estimates, is usually more around the middle of October. So it's been a challenge. I think one that other boards and commissioners have struggled with. We are talking, and I certainly stop short of commitments, but we are talking about you know, how can we accelerate that? Could we get to more, to better estimates? If not, because it's always preliminary till we get to the end. And of course, you're approving the year-long budget. All we're ever going to have is fall numbers. There's no way to guess what spring and summer may hold. So there's always going to be a guesswork part of it, I guess, is the logic behind it. For the academic approval process on all else we need to do, they sort of staggered the meetings around. But we have talked about that even in the last month of, you know, can we move this meeting back a little bit and get to more solid numbers? I think all those things would be helpful. We will try to get a more accurate picture next year. But, you know, I think it's always going to be a challenge for us, given what our obligation is to approve the budget in a timely manner, and the fact that we are approving a budget based on enrollments that we have not yet seen or counted. Fall is kind of the easy part in some ways. Spring and summer, we don't know a whole lot about yet.
Regent Sheehy.
Deputy Commissioner, so what are the estimates? Is there a number somewhere that, for each of the branches, or do I look at the budget and say it's close to whatever we have in the budget? Where do I look to find the numbers that we're close to? I understand all the preliminary and cautious, I know that.
You can look toward budgeted enrollment,
Okay, and
and that is a posted document.
where is it in our, I'm trying to get back to this. Where are we in our budget? What page are we on to which he's referring us to the estimates?
Madam Vice Chair, Regent Sheehy, we have an operating budget page with the budgeted FTE, and that's probably been my biggest fear about bringing in the estimated fall enrollment, is that people would confuse. It's just too doggone, there's too many stipulations about why this enrollment is different from that enrollment for the average person to digest what the difference between fiscal year FTE is, fall FTE, estimated fall FTE, preliminary fall FTE. So we have the whole breakdown of enrollment. I would encourage us not to go there in terms of showing it on the screen until we get to the operating budget presentation, and I'd be more than happy to go through that and compare it back to my number that I have here. The number I have here is lower than what we have in terms of the fiscal year FTE, because it does not include the full fiscal year picture. It's just the early fall. It's one leg of the stool. It's just a good predictor of whether or not our fiscal year FTE will go up or down, if our fall is up or down. And it looks like our fall will be up above last fall. And so that total FTE number is about 38,000.
Regent Lozar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Deputy Commissioner, you talk about a slight uptick in our projections for this fall, from fall to fall. And I know over the last several years, we've been looking closely at certain units on enrollment trends. So just going at 60,000 feet, are there any particular outliers that are going against the trends that we've seen in certain units that you're projecting for this year?
Madam Vice Chair, Regent Lozar, what we have this fall is exactly what we expected. It's exactly what we planned for, and it's exactly what you will see in the operating budget. Some campuses might be slightly up at a degree to which they did not expect. But other than that, I think we know exactly what we have, and that's reflected in our budgeted FTE.
Commissioner Christian.
Madam Chair, I would just sort of conclude by saying, in terms of a document that we can point to from this, we do not have a document, and we don't intend to produce that based on a guess in terms of an enrollment estimate. That bullet point is meant to be the discussion that we're having and the challenges around it. I certainly asked Tyler, and he has asked throughout the system, is there a way to get us to a document prior to the 15th day? And I think the answer to that ultimately is not really. I mean, we could guess, but it's just purely a guess at that point, because then we're trying to not only guess what enrollments are, but guess what students that have not yet paid are still going to go, and which ones aren't, and who's dropping and adding. And as we started to try to unfold that in the last few weeks, the reality of it is there's so much guessing in it that I think it's just not accurate and ultimately becomes sort of irresponsible for us to put out a number before the 15th day that is not going to be the number. And so I think we will do what we've done in the past, which is release that 15th day enrollment when we get to the 15th day. And so this bullet item is meant to be the discussion around that topic, but we do not have a document that you will point to on what we think estimates are. What we do have in the Budget Committee, and we will go through that extensively, is what the campus's projected enrollment was and what they built their budgets on. So I think as you're approving budgets, you can look at what they've budgeted and why. And I think we can tell you from, as this unfolds and the numbers come in, we seem to be on track with those. But we won't know an enrollment count until we do the count the 15th day. Does that clarify?
Regent Sheehy?
I think it does. I think what you're telling me is that when we get to the budget, we've verified that the enrollment numbers that we budgeted on, our estimate for budgeting is fairly close. Thank you.
Any other questions for Deputy Commissioner Trevor on this topic?
Got his name right. That's the first step.
It's off to a good start.
Yeah, check. Okay. Then, Commissioner, did you have any other remarks under your report?
Madam Chair, I do not. The campus reports are listed there. I certainly encourage everyone to read them. I think they provide a lot of good information, and we are ready to move forward.
Excellent. All right, Deputy Commissioner Trevor, if you would like to lead us through the next section of the MUS governance framework.
Madam Vice Chair, I would like to lead you through that, and I would like if the best case scenarios here is if you look at it on your screen. There's going to be such detail on some slides that it's difficult to see up on the board. The Commissioner did a great job at providing an introduction into this presentation. I can skip that part of it. If we move to the second slide, and every time I click, you might have to straighten it off on the screen, great. And this framework, this model right here, can serve as a guide for this presentation. And as the Commissioner indicated, the Regents in the past have talked about their responsibilities in terms of setting mission parameters, creating cohesive financing plans, and operating efficiently. And that's exactly what we're going to talk about. And we're going to do it in 5 basic areas. And I'm going to step through those areas of mission differentiation, the relationship of state appropriations to tuition and financial aid, as well as the overall notion of collaboration and shared services, and basically give you some objective information, hopefully objective, on where we are at right now, and then at the end of the presentation, provide some suggestions for action steps on how we can improve the relationship that you see up here on the board right now, the connection between state appropes, tuition, financial aid, and its relationship to mission and collaboration. So hopefully we can, at times in my own mind, I think, keep it simple. Don't get too complex with this. The best way to communicate it is to stay probably at the 10,000-foot level, although I'm happy to field questions that go down to 1 foot. In fact, at times we will with some data to give just broader context and information. But at the end of the presentation, it's really about these 5 categories and what we can do to improve the governance of the university system based upon the interrelationship that we depict here on the board. So please stop me at any time. I put up this slide just to say, we've done this before. We've talked about this before. This is nothing new. Periodically, as the Commissioner indicated, we take time to revisit planning, board governance in relationship to financing and mission parameters. We had experts come here, and in fact, at this campus in September 2009, actually it wasn't at City College, it was over at the main campus. We listened to Dennis Jones. He's the president of the National Center for Education Management Systems. And he told us a lot, and about a 50-page presentation, but I took a couple bullets from what he said. In short-term actions, he was very clear to say, align your policies regarding appropriations, tuition, and student aid policies, and treat different sectors differently. And I think what that meant, if I remember, was to identify the mission parameters of the sectors of the institutions that you have, and in relationship to how you fund them and the financial aid that you provide and the student access that is available at those institutions, each one of those categories are slightly different. And they serve a purpose to produce an overall plan for higher education in the state of Montana. So, with that, we dive into mission differentiation. And for almost every presentation I provide to the board related to data, I come with these categories. Let's look at the two-year colleges. Let's look at the four-year smaller campuses, I often call them, but they're known nationally as regional comprehensive baccalaureate master's degree providing institutions. And then we have our flagships, or our research doctoral universities. And for each one of these categories, to a degree, we have a description of what these categories of institutions provide. And again here, I'm just providing you where we're at, and then toward the end of the presentation, when we look at how it all connects, some suggestions of what we might do. Our two-year colleges have a very defined mission parameters system-wide. This was part of our two-year initiative, College Now. We worked on the comprehensive community college mission. And we heard from Dr. Seck and his colleagues of leaders in two-year education around the state that we need a five-prong mission for two-year campuses. Not all of our campuses are necessarily there in the same strength of providing the 5 prongs of transfer, workforce, lifelong learning, developmental education, seems like I'm missing one, and community development. But that is the goal. We've set that forth, and that these two-year campuses also will pursue efficiencies whenever possible. This is what makes the Montana University system unique compared to other states, is that we have two-year education throughout. Throughout every one of our campuses, we have a connection to a two-year college mission. They're either embedded within our campus or they are a part of the campus. And that we will work to provide efficiencies whenever and wherever possible to ensure that these two-year campuses can provide the lowest cost education available. And then I list the campuses down there that we have in the university system. And of course, I'm not excluding the community colleges in this whatsoever. They already have this mission. They are the community college mission. They embody that. These are the university system two-year colleges that I list at the bottom. And then the four-year regional universities. And here I go with the path of least resistance for myself, and that is we don't have a described mission parameters for our four-year universities. I just providing you here an example from a state that I worked on, a strategic plan back in 2003 that provided fairly descriptive, specific mission parameters set forth for the regional state colleges, we called them, but they were the regional four-year universities as we have in our state. And you can read that, but it basically says your primary mission is to provide baccalaureate education. In some instances, provide master's graduate level education where applicable. Ensure that that those universities are connected to their regional economies and they're driving state needs in terms of producing graduates in specific niche areas, as well as ensure that the admission standards related to getting those institutions match the academic focus of the institution. And I'm not suggesting that we adopt this statement. I'm just providing it as an example. We don't have a statement like this. And oftentimes, we're confronted with this. Should an institution be X, Y, or Z? And as we see this presentation unfold, I'm suggesting, and this is just a suggestion, that we work to define these mission parameters and ensure that they relate to our overall financing and ensure that they relate to the collaboration that we have set forth and expectations in the system. I list the campuses down there again, and you'll notice I have a question mark after tech, and we'll address that here in 2 seconds.
And I would just add, I'm not all about trying to define it in writing, because but I think the lack of a parameter has caused significant problems for us that we really are starting to grapple with. There's no basis for many of the decisions that you all are asked to make, given any policy. Not that one policy will fit all or that it answers all the questions, but it starts to give us a framework that I think has been missing. And so I think this, although it seems sort of at the root of it, I think it's important that we get some of these early steps right and that we have the right input to do it so we can help answer some questions as we move forward with regard to programming, cost, tuition, all of those things. Without knowing who we are, it's very hard to say what we should be doing. And I think this framework will guide us in that direction.
So moving to the next slide, flagship research doctoral universities. I straight up stole this from Nevada as well, except for one sentence that I'll point out here. And it's a great description, I think, of our flagship campuses, the University of Montana and Montana State University, and that is they are comprehensive research institutions. They provide baccalaureate through the doctoral level programs. Those graduate and professional programs and doctoral programs correlate with the research that they provide. They contribute to the overall knowledge and economic development and culture of the state. The sentence I added in, these institutions are also embedded with two-year colleges that enhance the breadth of opportunities for students. That's unique for us in Montana and different than what was in Nevada. And then a statement about admission policies that help define specific preparation levels for student success. So I think that one is pretty straightforward. I then, just to be controversial, I added this next slide that, hey, when I look objectively at tech, I see something a little bit different. And what do I mean when I look objectively at tech? The price that they have, the research that they've generated, and the graduate level programs, and the specificity of their programming. And I would suggest that maybe tech is coming close to being in a category called special focus for your campus. That is a Carnegie definition. This is directly out of Carnegie, and a special focus institution possesses a high concentration of degrees in a single field or set of related fields. Carnegie recognized special focus institutions in engineering, health, professions, business, art, and law. What makes these institutions special focus to actually be categorized as that is that you have to produce 75% of your degrees within a cluster or a set of professional programs like engineering. And so that sort of begs the question, and actually I was asked this by the Regents, can you provide a better description of what our campuses produce in terms of programs? And how could you do that that would be comparable between institutions? And the best way that I can do that is to show you the top 10 list of degree recipients produced by program at our institutions. So that's what these next slides are, and they're hard to see up on the board, but I think they are very informative. And I think if we just went institution by institution and looked at the top three, it starts to give you a flavor for the differences between our two-year campuses, the differences between our four-year campuses, and then our flagship campuses. And I'm positive there are individuals in this room that could provide context and input into these categories. But this is how I can provide it to you in the most objective manner. So if we start at City College, oh, by the way, at the top of these it says percent of total degrees, 67% at City College. So in the top 10, the number of degree recipients produced in their top 10, that accounted for 67% of their overall degrees produced. And that's a very informative percent as we take a look at some campuses and the variation between those. So the top 10, City College, nursing, practical nursing, and welding. Great Falls, general education, that's your transfer mission, seen right there, welding and practical nursing. Gallatin College, medical assistant, bookkeeping, and the Associate of Science. Helena College, practical nursing, accounting, and welding. And then we go on to the next slide, which is Highlands College, their pre-apprenticeship lineman program, accounting, and metals fabrication, which welding. Then we go to Missoula College, and we have General Associate of Arts, transfer, practical nursing, and registered nursing. So and then I leave this with you just to draw your own comparisons, and you see the total number of degrees there at the bottom and the percent that each one of these programs make up of those degrees on their campus. And I think we could spend a lot of time talking and looking at these, but I'll move on to the four-year campuses. And here we have Montana Tech, an engineering undergrad, then business and registered nursing. Note, the engineering undergrad alone, 45% of the total degrees produced. You add the graduate program to that, they're 50% just with engineering, and that's part of what I say with the objective information, that they're a little different than our other four-year colleges. Northern, registered nursing, education, and registered nursing at the associate level, education, and then registered nursing at the baccalaureate level. Western, education, Associate of Arts and Science, and business. Billings, business, education, and the Associate of Science. And then finally, we go to the top. I broadened it for the flagship campuses, the top 15. And no surprise, MSU, engineering, business, nursing. University of Montana, business, social sciences, and physical therapy. Okay, I'm gonna pause there for a second. If there's any question, I'm gonna shift gears here and move into the next category. We've talked about mission, okay.
I just want to thank you for getting that information to us, because that is exactly what we asked for, and it's very, very helpful as we move forward in the process, so thank you.
Regent Nice-Tune.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Deputy Commissioner Trevor. So here's a list of the top 10. You know, from a community college perspective, I know quickly go in and you're very nimble on those campuses and you can unwind programs and things like that. I'm not asking for it now or near in the future, but are campuses actually going in and saying, let's take a look at the bottom 10, where should we really be having these types of programs, certificates, degrees, and so forth, if there's not enough students really to support that? Is that part of the process the campuses use, you use, to help define better the mission, so you're laser focused on those things that really have an impact, where students are enrolling and not putting resources into programs that aren't?
Commissioner Christian?
Madam Chair, Regent Nice-Tune, if I could weigh in on that a little bit. I'm going to talk about it later, but that's a great topic and a great question. And I think there's sort of two legs to this conversation. I think this presentation is very much focused on the Regents' role in an oversight in guiding the campuses, and then ultimately, I think, guiding resources, state dollars, to those campuses in the appropriate venue. Yeah, some of those campuses, you've got 95% in the top 10. I mean, that's pretty astounding, really. And I think that has to be looked at. But at the same time that we're having this conversation, starting last May, we met with all the campus CEOs in Havre. And we're talking a lot about program prioritization at the campus level. And we've asked, with great cooperation from around the system, and OCHI with Regent Priority efforts are going to help sponsor one of the foremost experts in program prioritization, and to come to Montana in October, and also some campus leaders from other campuses that have went through the process to come to Montana and really help campuses through that process. I think that one of the struggles I've had for a number of years is how, from a board level, do we drive those type of decisions? Because ultimately, I think the board has some responsibility to that end in how that we spend state resources, right? And so I think that's an important step. But at the same time, it's almost impossible sitting at this board table to say what any campus or any community or their local economy needs, right? And so I think that's always been sort of the quandary that I've had. And I really think if we look at these two approaches, somewhat as a board's role and a campus role, but at the same time, we're asking that these efforts happen and campuses start looking to answer that. Are we utilizing resources appropriately. I think at a campus level, they need to really address, are they meeting those community needs? Are they meeting the needs of the students, their families, and ultimately the economy of Montana? And I think they're best suited to do that and can provide some feedback. I think we're best suited to look at it at a high level and decide what is the right place to spend state resources. And I think ultimately those two conversations can merge. And we can have a discussion to say, you know, here's your top 10 or your top 12 or your top 72. I mean, I don't want to put a bright line there, but here's your top, and that's where we think makes the most sense for the state to invest. And in these other areas, if there's interest, you know, you may have to look for other ways to support those. And I think that really helps bring to the table how this board interacts with those campuses. So that is an effort that's underway. We're certainly supporting some campuses in furthering that. Some have already done it. We're asking others to take a look at it and see how it will fit on their own campuses. And my hope is that that will grow at a campus level while this discussion is happening at the board level.
Okay, if we move into state appropriations, and what we're focused on here is the allocation of state appropriations. We get the lump sum funding from the legislature, and then it's up to the regions to allocate it out to the campuses. And we've used various methods throughout the years, but since about 2013, it was put into policy, but I believe in 2011, we began with this methodology. And the methodology is based upon, it's in our policy. I'll move slides here, and the categories are, we provide allocations to the two presidents, the University of Montana and the Montana State University president, who then allocate to the affiliated campuses. And we provide the split between the lump to the two campuses. We do it at the beginning of each biennium, so we do it one time. And it's based upon the average FTE, resident FTE of the previous 3 years. So you take the total amount at the MSU side and compare it to the total amount on the U of M side, and if it's 51 to 49, you do just that with the funding, and you split it, and then the campuses are up to their own devices to figure out how the allocations are made to the individual campuses, and they do much more sophisticated methodology than that. But that's the basis of what we do. It's determined biennially, allocated in each year, but determined at the beginning of the biennium. So, so that's an overly simple description of the process. Although it's not a complicated allocation methodology, I will tell you, in comparison to other states, it's very basic. I'm a fan of basic, but it is very basic. We also have other portion. We've all remember talking about performance-based funding. Okay, so we don't just allocate completely on the FTE from resident students. We take about 10% of the funds and push it aside and say, okay, now we're going to measure student success metrics, and we're going to use those to allocate the funds. So, I guess the only real takeaway point here is just that these are our basic allocation methodology. Kind of keep that in your mind, and how we connect that to our tuition and our pricing of our campuses, because we know that we need to integrate state appropriations and tuition revenue. That's the name of the game this afternoon when we talk about the operating budgets, to produce the current unrestricted funds that we operate on to provide the primary education and general operations of our campuses. So those two revenue sources need to be connected. They need to work in unison. So that produces the topic of tuition, and this appears to be the most remedial slide that we would look at, and that there are building blocks for tuition. And you'd start theoretically with, what's the overall cost it takes to run the institution? The cost of education. The total amount of current unrestricted dollars that you need per student, for example. And you would then subtract the amount that you could get from the state of Montana that the state will support, and you're left with what you have to charge in tuition. Now, that's how it works in principle. How it works in practicality does not always go in that order. and we all know that. It's the flow of the legislative session. It's the amount that the principles that the Regents and the system has set forth for tuition, and the dynamics of the legislative session often result in, here's the amount that we'll charge for tuition, here's the amount that we got for state appropriation. That equals the cost of education. And in practicality, it may never work any different than that. I'm just suggesting that we need to also look at it in this flow. What is the cost it takes to run these institutions? Relate that back to the missions of the campuses, the different categories that those campuses are in, and understand what the ideal cost is, or the necessary costs are, and compare that to where we're at.
Madam Chair, if I could, so, several have asked, well, what's this part about, and are we setting up for a tuition increase? And I will just say, this is absolutely not about a May tuition decision. This is about the lack of any methodology that exists within our current policy. Much like the mission differentiation piece, we have no guiding principles set in policy anywhere to help us answer that. And I think what's happened in practice, if you go back to that last slide, and certainly had conversations with the presidents, this probably is happening backwards. It's probably been, what tuition do we feel like we can charge? What has the legislature and the governor been able to provide for us? And that equals cost of education. And that truly is backwards probably from how it should be. But we've lacked any semblance within policy to say, what are we going to be? And this conversation, I just want to be clear, is about that. It's about helping to design something that we can have that conversation around. It's not about setting tuition. I think, though, without anything present, where do we start and stop that conversation? How do we know what the cost of education can be? I mean, we can ask the campuses, and I have great respect in the campuses, but it still gives us no basis for whether we're being as efficient as we can. It gives us no basis for whether we're affordable as we can. Those things have to be put into the mix, and we have to have some framework that then we can go back and say, how do we compare to other states? Or how do we compare to other areas, the WICHE average? Or, how do we compare to other countries? I don't care what we compare it to, but we have to have some framework that we start this discussion. And I really think I discovered throughout the year that this is just a piece sort of lacking from our policy. We start to get questions from board members, especially new board members, that come on saying, how do we know those numbers? And I guess we really have no guiding principle. It's really been a combination of, well, what can we charge at a tuition level? What can the state provide? And that equals what we're going to spend on students. And I think we have to have a much more holistic look than that. So this is the framework for that. This isn't about a May tuition discussion. I just want to be very clear that we're not setting the stage for anything here. We're simply trying to say, when it becomes time next May and 2 years from now May and every May following the legislative session to set tuition, we need some parameters to help guide that conversation, and I really think it's been lacking.
And the board has grappled with tuition and policy statements many times before. We can turn back to our policy. We see in 2003 we added a lot of policy statements that we're going to set tuition every 2 years. We're going to make sure that we maintain affordability for Montanans. At the same time, we're going to ensure that our campuses are charging enough to maintain quality. And a whole host of other principles. I don't want to get into those right now, but at the end of this, that's part of this. So let's reaffirm those principles. Let's make sure we got the right set of principles. And that's something I would encourage that we take a deeper look at.
Excuse me, Tyler. Regent Johnstone, did you have a comment or question?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was having some trouble reconciling what the commissioner was telling us with page 18 of the handout, but I guess, because there is a long list of principles with respect to how we establish tuition. They may or may not be sufficient, but it's not as if we're operating in a vacuum. Whether or not we're applying those principles, I think, is a separate question. I don't recall a discussion at the board level in terms of setting tuition, but at least we appear to have some principles set forth.
Madam Chair, Regent Johnstone, that's absolutely the case. And I think it's we have some principles. We don't have any ability to compare those principles with what other institutions or what is a reasonable cost of education. And I think the dividing line I'm trying to make is that until we set some parameters that give us a comparative analysis piece, then we're going at those principles sort of in the blind in my mind. It's not that we have none, but I struggle to see within those, other than maintain quality. I mean, we've struggled for years. What exactly does that mean? What is the right level of quality? I think that while we may not follow what any other institution or compact or whatever comparator we want to use does, I think we've got to find a vehicle to help us compare ourselves to what is a reasonable expectation for the cost of education, and then honestly go to work to try to find a way to finance that cost of education. Because I think in going back to the generic slide is that the dog's sort of wagging the tail there. We're not coming up with that number, and I don't think we really have the framework, although we have some guiding principles. We don't have the framework to help us get there and justify those numbers not only to ourselves and to our students, but also importantly to our legislative partners and the governor and others that are stakeholders in this to say, well, they really are a very affordable system, and they really are providing high-quality education, and here's how we know that. I think that's the framework that we hope to add to this.
So the next couple of slides take each sector and take a look at the academic year tuition and fee rate for resident students. So this would be what a freshman would pay when they come in for the full year if they're enrolled in 15 credits each semester. And then comparing that to the regional WICHE average, and we often use WICHE and what states do that make up? There's 15 western states, and oftentimes we exclude California, although California is included in this. There's times when you're dealing with the actual numbers, and there's just so many 1.6 million students in California community college system alone that we remove them. That's more information than you needed, but let's take a look at what we have on the screen, and that is that for the most part, we are under the WICHE average, and that is a monumental for two-year education. 10 years ago, when we took a look at this, we were way overpriced compared to the average of our regional comparators. The 10-year tuition freeze has moved this a long way. Not all institutions have made it underneath, and of course, the regional average continues to increase, but by and large, those 15 states have the same philosophy about two-year education: is keep the costs low, use it as your access entry point for students to ensure that all citizens within your state can access higher education. So it doesn't move all that fast. And we've done a good job in this state of getting back to that average, or at that average. These institutions came in as VOTEC campuses back in the early 90s, and with rates that I don't know what rhyme or reason they had, but we've done a lot to make them consistent. And then let's take a look at the regional four-year universities, and we have a lot of difference. I would just suggest try to block out the maroon part of the bar there for a second. Just look at the blue portion. The blue portion represents what freshmen would pay when they come in. And then when you add in the maroon portion, that's what would represent when you become basically a junior. You would pay your upper division classes. So at three of the campuses, we use one strategy, and at one campus, we just hold it the same. Not dissimilar from what MSU does and U of M does, and you'll see that in a moment. But you can then see that we are under the regional average, except for Montana Tech, which is the highest rate in the system, by the way, when you take their upper division charge into consideration. And then we switch to the flagships, and we see that there is greater distance between the regional average and the flagship prices. When you add the upper division portion of the University of Montana, it becomes very close to what Montana State charges, although when it's not there as you're entering freshman, there is some disparity. So we often, this is just, how do we look over a 10-year period of time compared to the WICHE average? And no surprise to anybody, we've increased tuition at a slower pace than basically everybody. I mean, you can compare this across the nation. We are the lowest, slowest increase in tuition for the last 10 years. I challenge any state to match that. And then another comparison is, let's take a look at where our tuition, and this is fundamental to our strategic plan, been there since 2006. Let's compare our tuition as a percent of family income and family household income, to be specific. And back in 2006, we were off the charts higher. I think we were higher than every other WICHE state in terms of the percentage of our tuition that makes up family income. And one of the reasons is we have lower median household income. We're on the lower end of that. I think though now we're up to 36th, maybe 34th. We've taken a big jump recently. And at the same time, we've frozen tuition. So we've moved below the average in all cases except at the two-year campuses. So then quickly moving on into financial aid. Financial aid is a universe unto itself, but we cannot forget financial aid when we talk about higher education financing and the importance of access to students, the charge, the price that we charge, the amount of state appropriations we have, the overall cost of education, all combine for important principles. But financial aid is absolutely probably the most critical element when it comes to families and information and access to higher education and overall affordability. You cannot underestimate the importance of this. It comes in two pods, need-based aid and merit. They cross to provide a kind of a three-bucket continuum there of types of aid. How does our system look in terms of, how does our system look in terms of the buckets of aid that we have? We rely heavily upon the federal government to the tune of about $60 million. 93% of that is the Pell Grant, and that's your need-based aid. It's for lower income students to ensure access. The other 7%, I would argue, probably is also need-based aid. There's some other federal programs in there. Then we switched to institutional waivers, and those are made up of partially board-mandated waivers, non-resident discounts, as well as athletic and employee and just the whole host of different categories. We're going to explore some more in detail when we hit the operating budget presentation this afternoon, but we have $41 million of that, at least in 2014-15 we did. And then we have the private institutional category. This is by and large merit aid. It can come from small businesses, it can come through the foundation, it can come from the institution itself. I just put that all in one bucket. And then we have state aid. And this was in 2014-15, we had $6 million of state aid. 75% of it was need-based. By and large, in the last legislative session, this was cut.
Regent Johnstone.
Yeah. Deputy Commissioner, can you give us a little bit more color and context with respect to the $41 million? Is any of that need-based, and if so, how much?
Madam Vice Chair, Regent Johnstone, almost all of it is based upon some sort of merit, not need. Merit being either athletic skills or academic skills or other attributes besides need. And the only need-based waiver I believe that we have is for the Native American tuition waiver. There is a component. You have to have at least $1 of need in order to receive that. That makes up about $3 million of this $41 million.
And so a follow-up, so the 43% non-resident student discounts, that's a pricing mechanism that we use to attract non-residents?
Madam Vice Chair, Regent Johnstone, yes, absolutely it is. It's the charge for non-resident students at our flagship, about $23,000 a year. We might provide a discounting of $1,000 to $5,000 to get those students, but still bring them in at a cost that's above the overall cost of education, which helps subsidize the resident students.
I don't want to get out in front of the conclusions, but this data sort of confirms what I've long felt, and that is that we're not doing enough to provide need-based support. We're holding down tuition for the benefit of everybody, regardless of need, and to some extent, I think we're underserving need-based students. And I think there's the capacity within the resources that we have, if we reallocated, to do a better job of that.
Well, let's take a look at just that in terms of comparing us to other states. And so as Regent Johnstone just indicated, we can provide those funds within our own means, or we can rely upon the state, or we can rely upon the feds. When we look about how states just rely upon their own state to help fund need-based aid, we fall far on the tail, at the end of the tail on the small side, and that's $90 per undergraduate student of need-based aid, where the average for the United States is somewhere in $500, and other states at the top end, Washington, for example, almost $1,300 per student. And that's no news. I've shown this slide numerous times over the past 10 years. And we're not alone. The other Western states generally have the same philosophy in terms of state-supported need-based aid.
And so just to clarify, so that is relative to the cost of education, or to our tuition charged. Is that why it's so low?
Madam Vice Chair, I would say it's more related to, yeah, we are a low-cost, a low-charging, low-priced state, often have low financial aid. And so that's the overall philosophy, the plan that we've operated under for the state. Maybe you could straighten that out for me there. Okay. Although this does not specifically focus on need-based aid, it does take a look at overall financial aid per student. And in 2013-14, so about 2 years ago, we hit an all-time high in terms of the dollar amount that your average first-time, full-time resident students receiving when they come to the university system. I've talked to the Regents about this slide before. Over time, it is somewhat amazing to me that the average student, and those include students that have zero in terms of financial aid, but the average amount for your resident student is $4,300 when they enter as a freshman. Doesn't take into consideration what portion of that is need-based aid, doesn't take into consideration whether we're allocating it to or distributing it to the right students, but we are at an all-time high, or at least 1 year off of an all-time high in terms of the amount and the percent of students that are receiving that. 84% of the students came in receiving aid, and the average amount that they received was $4,300.
Regent Johnstone, pardon me.
Yep.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What's included in the definition of receiving aid here? Is that student loans?
Madam Vice Chair, Regent Johnstone, it's everything except loans. I should have pointed that out. So on the other page, it included all the bars that we talked about, but no loans. Okay, then quickly.
Excuse me. Regent Lozar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just looking at the graph, and I know we're going to be diving a little deeper into this a little later, but I'm just curious, with the use of tuition waivers maybe increasing over the last several years, does that have a big part in this uptick up to the 84% in terms of number of students or percent of students?
Madam Vice Chair, Regent Lozar, given the fact that we're talking about first-time, full-time resident students, I would say it didn't have a large effect, but it had an effect. There is competition for those students in our state, and that's one of the reasons that these amounts have gone up. There's other reasons as well, too, like after the 2009 stimulus package, Pell Grants took a big jump. So there's a variety of reasons, but I would say because we're looking at first-time, full-time students and the recruitment of those students and the shrinking pot of those students and the competition for them within our state, it has increased this number. Okay, that sets up what you can say is net price, and that's the tuition and fee amount subtracted from, and then you subtract the average amount of aid that students are receiving, and you can track that over time. And this is not adjusted for inflation. So at least in 2012-13, unadjusted, it was the lowest cost time in the university system since 2002-3, and I think you could go back even further than that. And then if you adjust for inflation, you could easily say that right now we have one of the years, at least, of the lowest cost for our first-time, full-time resident students. And you say, well, why do we keep going back to first-time, full-time resident students? Well, that's what we index our tuition prices to. When we take tuition jumps, put non-residents over here. For resident students, we look at those first-time, full-time students as the overall price, and that's where I've made the comparisons to the regional average. Okay, wrapping up this long presentation, shared services. I don't want to underemphasize the importance and how imperative it is that in a university system, going back to the Blue Ribbon Commission that told us to operate as one system, that the population, the people of Montana wanted one efficient system of higher education. It dictates that we share services. And shared services, without going into detail here, you can read the slides, can happen in a variety of ways. From sharing knowledge, joint partnerships, joint efforts. It doesn't mean let's consolidate it all and put it in Helena, the back office. It means let's find who does it the best and let's share not only the knowledge, but the ability to get that done and do it at the most efficient place and rate that we possibly can. And let's work together. The competition is already stiff enough in athletics, but behind the scenes, we can drop that and work as a system. And that is exactly what these next two slides are saying. And I will say that the importance of this is that we've talked about this in a variety of different ways over the last 10 years. And it's usually the system office standing up here saying, and the Regents saying, we need to share services. This is more about the campuses coming to the commissioner's office and saying, please help us to share services. Let's explore avenues in which we can share and we can become more efficient. And that is exactly where we're at right now, and I just would argue that we capitalize upon this opportunity and move forward with any type of shared services operation that we can. So that brings us to the final slide, and that's the action steps related to each one of these categories. And I've already hit on them, but just to recap, mission differentiation, define mission parameters for each category of campuses within the MUS. State appropriations in terms of our allocation methodology, consider alternatives that incorporate variations in program cost, size, and mission, and this is we hit on throughout, take into consideration the total cost of education. The total cost of education, go back to that building block slide, and let's figure out what does it cost to operate an institution. It's easiest for me to think about that on a per student basis and compare that and come up with some formula, some mechanism, some quantitative benchmark that would say, yes, you are there, or you're above it, or you're below it. But let's know that. And then when you take a look at tuition, let's make sure that we're adding tuition into that total cost of education. But first, let's reaffirm and enhance tuition principles, connect those principles to quantitative benchmarks, and as I said, take that into consideration in the total cost of education. And financial aid, strive to better connect it with student need-based aid based on campus mission and type and our overall financing policy and principles. And then finally, collaboration, as I mentioned, it's imperative. If we're going to operate as a system, if we're going to find efficiencies, we need to do a better job of sharing those services that we provide on every campus. Madam Vice Chair, that concludes my presentation.
Commissioner Christian.
Oh, I might just add that let's figure out what the cost of education is within that mission of those institutions too, and that's something we've never done. And maybe, I don't know what we do with that information, but I think information still gives us some power and some knowledge that we need to know. And yeah, I went on a little bit of a rant. We have some guiding principles, but we've never had anything that really boils down to what is the cost of education for each category of institution within the MUS, given some differentiation between those, and how does that compare, this kind of quantitative data, to help us assess as an institution whether we're as effective and efficient as we want to be, or if we're more effective and efficient than we want to be. And if that level of funding is adequate to provide the quality that we want, or, you know, we just don't really have that benchmark to say, how do we stack up, and what is the right mix of that allocation? And I really think this framework will help us with that. The other thing I would say before we leave this topic is I think some of those slides in the middle with regard to what strides we've made over the last 10 years is very important to celebrate. I know that we need to look at this mix and where we're at, but the state, with the governor's help, with the legislature's help, has really done some incredible things to move from, and I think we were before, compared to WICHE average in medium household income in the 20-some%, to move down below that average is a monumental step in the amount of time that we've done. And I think it helps provide that affordability to all Montana families. Whether that's the right mix too, I think this framework will help us look at that as we look at the mix of tuition, revenue that's available, financial aid. All of those things can come together within a model that may ultimately lead to no decision, but we'll at least have the information there, and we can make an educated decision that we want to stay within the model or move outside of it, and here's why. I think it gives us that principle.
So clarifying question, with, for example, Montana Tech as an example, is it accurate to say that, okay, we know that you know what it costs, Chancellor Blackadder, to provide an education in engineering, and you look at that cost, and then you assess that, but then we have our tuition set at a certain level. Why is it, for example, that tech is a little higher in that regard? So is there a little bit of both that's actually occurring in this regard as far as the cost and then setting that? Help me understand.
Madam Chair, as I look over it, we do know, I might disagree a little bit with the commissioner on, we have on the U of M side at least, and we do this on a regular basis, look at our peer institutions and come up with at least some metrics against our peer institutions of what it's costing for that particular type of education. The historical part of the tuition for Montana Tech and it being higher, it dates back to the days before I was here, and there was a time when the tuition was not just across the board for each institution. So you look back the last 10 years, and the two-year tuition rates were set for, have not changed for 10 years, and there's just the 2 years that the tuition was changed for the system, I believe, were in 11-12 and 12-13. Clayton, that might be correct, somewhere in there, that session. And it was a 5% across the board for each of those 2 years. So you haven't seen any change in the differentiation of the fee, or the tuition of any of the institutions for at least a dozen years or so. And I'm looking at the commissioner just to make sure I have my history correct. And for us, we do look at what it costs, and we do look at and one of the issues that we have done to address that is put professional fees, or what I would call professional fees, on top for certain majors to help us with that. Those have not been included in the tuition increases or discussion for a number of years. They used to be part of that, but they have sort of changed categories. So we do carefully look at that and try to budget for that relative to our peer institutions, as has the U of M side over the 5 or 6 years that I've been here, and President Engstrom could maybe address that a little bit better than myself.
So it's fair to say that in placing this, regardless of cost education, regardless of having to deliver a quality engineering degree or business degree, no matter what it is, our campuses are having to deliver on what the tuition is set at, regardless of those the actual cost.
Madam Chair, if I may, that's exactly right. And that's back to the point of sort of the dog wagging the tail. Yes, it is true that as a set of campuses, you've used an allocation methodology for the state lump, but we've never used at a regent level that methodology to price ourselves. And ultimately, these are services that we do need to have a pricing conversation and how competitive we are. Tech is one of the higher in our system, but it also is priced fairly low relative to its comparators. And so, I think that's part of what we need to elevate to a board level to help us make those decisions, so it's not in sort of one, a vacuum, or two, a lump decision, which is what we've done over the last 10 years. Chancellor Blackketter is exactly right. We've done, if there's been any adjustments, there was one time that we did a 5 and 5, and one other time at the flagships we did a 3 and a 3. But there was never any, and then that was my comment earlier, there was never any price differentiation between the mission of the institutions. We haven't really looked at individual institutions, said, how do you compare and where are you currently priced at? And so these kind of bulk percentage adjustments have had the effect of actually, in some cases, moving the wrong way in terms of bringing us more into equilibrium because it's a percentage, not a dollar amount. So I think that needs to happen at a board level instead of a campus state allocation level, and that's the piece that we've never done.
And clearly, from a private sector perspective, you've got, you look at the cost to manufacture a widget or deliver a service, and then you look at what that actual cost is so you can build in your margin, and then you look at competitively how you compete with your peers. So certainly it has to be a combined perspective in ensuring that we are competitive, but also not restricting our campuses and delivering the best quality. And my concern with the existing tuition structure, as you've alluded to, is the fact that we're putting that pressure on our campuses, and how can they continue to deliver at this level, given that there's obviously a cost of education that exceeds what we are talking about with the tuition that's been set.
Madam Chair, you're absolutely right. And while I am very proud of the quality that we've maintained within this system, remarkable actually, what we've been able to do, that is the potential harm of going about it backwards, right? If you take those building blocks, yes, most businesses would say cost of goods sold, a margin, here's a pricing strategy. Where we've done it backwards, we basically say, here's the money, this is going to be your cost of goods sold, then what gives? And that's the danger, is that quality and competitiveness gives in that equation. And that's why I think we've got to turn the table and get the pricing strategies right. Now, ultimately, this all is going to take some time, but I think it's important that we at least have the blocks and the knowledge to say where we're doing it right, where we could use improvements, and work toward those ends so that we truly are determining the cost of education and then seeking those revenue sources in appropriate amounts given that cost of education.
President Engstrom.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. I'd like to just add a little bit more detail to the comments that Chancellor Blackketter made about that peer comparison. So 2 to 3 years ago, the last allocation exercise, we asked each of our 4 institutions to identify a set of peer institutions against which we would compare. And so each institution put together a set of 10 to 15 peer institutions, and we had a fair amount of debate about that set of peer institutions, but in the end we came up with 4 sets of peer institutions. And then we looked at the investment per student within that set of peer institutions, and we ranged from a high of about 80% of that comparison peer set as low as 60%. And so we said, well, shouldn't we try to balance that out a little bit? The problem is that on the low end was the Missoula campus, and so to bring that campus up to a higher percentage because of the difference in size of the campus budgets would have really decimated the budgets of the smaller campuses. So in the end, We tweaked it a little bit, the distribution, the allocation, but really not very much because of the harm it would have done for the smaller campuses. But the net result or the net message was that we were in the range collectively of 60 to 80% of those peer averages, so considerably lower than what the rest of the country is doing in terms of investment on a per-student basis. Now, those numbers bounce around a little bit and have improved, I think, a little bit lately, but the basic message is there. Thank you.
Thank you. Regent Nystuen, Regent Johnstone?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This has been a great presentation, and I certainly am supportive of the action steps you have going here. Kind of in the spirit of shared services and the collaboration, are you working, Mr. Commissioner, with the campuses to really improve the access to the data? You know, so much of Deputy Commissioner Trevor's presentation is based on data, and I don't know how many hours, phone calls, emails it must have taken to pull a lot of this information together. But I think that's something that historically has been a challenge because of different operating systems and different ways that things are tracked, reported, and so forth. Are you and your team working kind of with the campuses to figure out a better way to access information, streamline it, make it quicker, all on the same, in the same metrics and so forth? Is that a big deal?
Madam Chair, Regent Nystuen, it's a big deal. I would be overstating if I said we were on the cusp of having that all into one system and making that streamlined, but certainly that's the end goal, and there is efforts on both sides of the system to more unify that effort. We have put together a team that Tyler is leading that includes financial officers from various campuses. Mike Reed, Terry Least have been very involved in this process to see how we can both work together, talk more, and ultimately identify those areas that we can share. We may not get the entire system on one platform, but even if we can identify some areas that shared service makes a lot of sense, then we could move toward the single platforms in those areas and try to take advantage of that shared service. But yeah, it's a challenge right now. In fact, when I asked Tyler what all we needed to do to sort of set this up, he said the biggest thing was just to thank him for his tremendous amount of hard work, which I failed to do in my opening comments. But
So noted, but I guess from my vantage point, I think that's a critical part of what we're about here is sending that message loud and clear. It's all about streamlining processes, getting on the same page with the same data, and having the access to the information quicker and less, make it less challenging. So again, I tip of the hat to you.
Madam Chair, Regent Nystuen, I appreciate that comment and the support. I will tell you that it's truly a new day in the university system because that, for whatever reason, in the past, overgeneralizing, but received some sort of resistance, and as Tyler mentioned in his presentation, it's truly changed. This team is all about taking advantage of that shared services, and we've got campuses everywhere saying, how can we truly take advantage of that and reallocate those resources to students and to where they're most needed. And I think it's one of the most encouraging, productive conversations we've had since I've been involved in higher ed, and I really appreciate everyone's efforts behind that and your support.
Regent Johnstone,
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair.
you may want to stay up there.
I was just going to, once again, generously thank Tyler for his work. But no, it's good work, it's important, and I think we need to get on with it. And I have 2 or 3 thoughts. First of all, I think that I'd like to ask the Commissioner, and hopefully the rest of the board will join me in this, to develop a process for this. I think we need to have a process to move forward. I think the board needs to be the leader on this, but we need to have a process by which we do it. I don't think this should be a 12 to 24-month process. I think we need to get on with it and get it done quickly. It seems to me that the process should involve speaking to the various constituencies. We need to listen to learn what they have to say, particularly with respect to governance and perhaps some of these other issues. But I would hope that we could get a process developed very quickly and get started. Thank you.
Spoken well from someone from the private sector. Thank you. I appreciate your encouragement in that expeditious efforts. Regent Lozar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I just wanted to echo what Regent Johnstone mentioned. I think we need to get working on this quickly. Just coming out of our summer meeting, I know we're all committed to exploring our plan and looking at our strategic plan, and I think it's a really healthy thing for us to do. And I do appreciate the Commissioner's Office putting this in front of us. You're on the ground and you're in the campuses and you're listening to the sort of levers and some of the challenges and opportunities that we're missing in all 5 of these categories. And I think we should move fairly quickly and go through a process. And it's pretty obvious that this is a model that has other institutions have gone through and systems have gone through. I know this has been, is it Dennis Jones's model? And so before we really start this journey, I'm wondering if there's anything that you've learned, maybe Tyler or Clay, in terms of where we should start this. Obviously, mission differentiation is critically important, but sort of what we can learn from other systems that have gone through this process or are going through this process so we can be as efficient and time sensitive as possible.
Yeah, certainly let Tyler weigh in. I think it starts, and Tyler's put a lot of thought into it. I think it sort of starts as the presentation was presented there. We've got pieces that need to fall into place to get where we want to be. But I think we can get there, and I certainly hear the message, and we're anxious to get moving forward on what this plan looks like. I'm very confident in it. Tyler, do you have anything to add?
I'd say, looking back on, for instance, how we came forward in a short period of time with a performance funding model, it's going to take a core set of people who are going to have to be dedicated to working on it, to bringing the information forward, and you need to trust in those people to be experts, and that information gets laid out in front of the regions in a manner in which you can decide which route, which path you want to take. And so it's up to the system staff and those key people on campuses to do that. And it's just a matter of how we organize that and at the speed at which we're told to move.
Regent Sheehy.
I have a couple of questions. First for Tyler. Tyler, these are action steps working towards board governance. So I'm going to look at this from the board's point of view. And I understand that we're trying to initiate ways of gaining the information that we need to make certain decisions, particularly with respect to finance. So with that in mind, if we take all these steps and we form a committee and we do what you've suggested here, how do our meetings look different? How does our thought, the framework, what does it do to what we do?
Madam Vice Chair, Regent Sheehy, I can only go back to what we've done in the past. We've had a Regents work group on efficiency and effectiveness in the university system, and we had outside people on that work group. It was led by the Regents. We met on off cycles throughout the year, off cycle meaning outside of the normal Regents meeting, and then when we met back here, it was sort of a larger version of that same meeting. At least a part of the agenda was carved out, just like this, the planning portion of it, where we discussed the progress we made and maybe formalize some of the critical steps that needed to be taken, and use that sort of as an accountability / catalyst to keep the group going. That's certainly one alternative. I always am a fan of keeping the people who have to make those decisions informed along the way, so as not to bring anything to anybody by surprise. So I think that would be an obvious consideration.
From a standpoint of how we make our decisions, it appears to me that one of the things that we will do more affirmatively if we take these steps is really look at tuition each time. And from my perspective, for the last 10 years with the tuition freeze, we haven't asked a lot of questions, if any, about tuition, how it's set. It's been if, not how much. And I'm anticipating that if we take these steps, we're doing it not in preparation for that, but so that we can at least have a system in place for analyzing something that this particular board, in its makeup now, has never analyzed. And I think probably even our presidents haven't analyzed under this framework either, because tuition has not been at issue. And so I think it's important at this juncture to say, this is what we're looking at. We're looking at really charging the board with doing that analysis. And that's, in addition to the steps, it's the act of doing it that is important, that we're actually going to look at all the methods of funding when we come to this table and do our budget and set our policies.
Madam Chair, Regent Sheehy, I completely agree. And that is something that in the tuition freeze era, the goal was already set, right? So we didn't look at that a lot. Yeah, I think charging the regents, but also providing that tool or that backdrop for the regents to make an informed decision. And back to my earlier comments, that doesn't necessarily mean that the regent's choice will be to get to 100% of some group instantly. It might mean that we're at 80% and 80% is where we want to be. I mean, but you'll have a basis to make that decision, and I think that's kind of the framework that's been missing.
President Cruzado.
Yes, Madam Chair, I really appreciate this opportunity. I think that institutions like individuals, we go through stages of maturity, right? And now we have reached a new moment for each of our campuses and for the system. I still remember when I first arrived at Montana State University, I quickly learned that there was not that much logic behind our budgets. I actually used to say that we allocated budgets by history and mystery. Meaning every department could count on July the 1st, they were going to receive exactly the same amount of dollars than the previous year. Irrespective of whether they grew or they contracted, there were no rewards, there were no consequences. It took us a good amount of years to finally set in motion a new plan that we have set in motion this last year, and that it's exactly the opposite. It's not starting from Montana Hall and giving the money to the departments. Is the opposite. It's we're asking departments, what is it that you need to operate next year? And that has allowed us to start some very important conversations with the deans, with the provost, with the vice presidents. And I envision that something very similar can happen here. This last summer, we had a retreat, the leaders of our 4 campuses, and this was one of the topics that we discussed, that it appeared to us that the model that we have lived under, it has reached its limit. We have campuses that are really struggling right now with the 2 things, or no tuition increases, or just the same tuition increases for everybody across the board. I think that we can do better. I think that we embrace that opportunity, and we want to thank the Regents for this opportunity.
Thank you. Regent Sheehy, you had a follow-up? I apologize.
That's all right. I just wanted to say in response to you, Clay, that I don't want this discussion to presuppose the result. I want it to be clear that we understand what we're doing here is setting frameworks and obtaining a way to get data that we need to make the decisions we're charged with making. It doesn't presuppose what we're going to do.
Absolutely. Couldn't agree more. Thank you for that, Regent Sheehy. One other thought I'd just like to make sure that we re-interject into this. The last few moments here, we've sort of been focused on the revenue side, and that's important. And that will be a focus of this, clearly. But a huge part of this, in my mind, is the shared services concept. So we're not asking, which we've done for a long time, that our competitiveness rest all on the backs of our faculty or those that work within the system, that we really look at how can we properly compensate those that serve the system, and where can we remove areas that were just not as efficient as we could be and use those dollars. It really is a process of of sharing services, creating efficiencies, reallocating those monies to where they're better used to serve students and the faculty that serve those students and others. So the expense side, I want to make sure we're not leaving that part out of the conversation. It's important to it. And in terms of setting those parameters, not presupposing anything, this is as much about looking at how we operate as it is how we compare and what that revenue stream is. And I think that this framework needs to have both of those involved and engaged so we can ultimately get to a spot where we use the framework to make informed decisions. So Regent Sheehy, I really appreciate your comments. That is incredibly important that this conversation doesn't set the stage for a supposition of what may or may not happen.
President Ingstrom?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Could you go back 3 slides to the graph of the net price, tuition, and fees, please? I think it's that one right there, yeah. Every time I see this graph, I am astounded by what this shows in 2 ways. One, with all of the national rhetoric about the rising cost of higher education in our country, look what ours has done. From 2006 and 7, that cost has actually gone down. And so I think it's very important that we clarify the distinction between what's happening here in Montana and what's happening in this national dialogue about the rising cost of higher education. We are not a part of that conversation, given what you show here. That's point 1. Secondly, when you look at the absolute number at the end there, $890 to get an education for a year at a flagship institution, that is a remarkably small number. And when you look at the other 2 numbers, even the 2-year number, it's a negative number. So the net cost to get an education is remarkably reasonable, it seems to me. So I just wanted to emphasize those 2 points.
Regent Berkey.
Thank you, Fran. Members of the board, I just want to make sure that we're remaining student-centered as we're moving forward with this mission reallocation, and that we're maintaining the purposes of our university system of being accessible, affordable, and promoting excellence of education. And that as we're moving forward with this process, that we're having the students be a part of it. And certainly making sure that the end result is one that benefits the students at our institutions.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Regent Berkey.
Absolutely. Thank you, Regent Berkey.
You know, if I may, if you go to the last slide, one thing that I want to ensure is included in this is the fact that we take a hard look at the existing model of our Montana University system. As I did some looking back through the Blue Ribbon Commission, I understand that the intent originally was to have truly one university system, and that it would be student-centered, so that if I wanted to come to one of our universities, I would be able to go to that site and understand which one would serve my needs, and then also to seamlessly work throughout that system if I wanted to change. And of course, there's been so much progress with Common Course numbering to really unify us, and then also shared services. I'm not convinced that the existing model with 2 flagships, and this is probably an elephant in the living room here, but that it really sets up our presidents inherently to be able to address all of the schools that are under their umbrellas and those needs. And I think that if we are truly serving our university systems in this leadership role, we need to ensure that the model that currently exists is serving all of our schools in the best way. And you know, to ask our flagship presidents to respond to the needs of their other institutions at the same level that they are asked to serve their flagship institution, I think is inherently flawed. So I just want to ensure that as a board, we take a hard look at where we are moving forward, and if that is something that we need to explore. Regent Lozar, did you have a comment?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree with you. I think we should be looking at everything and learning as much as we can through the process so we can make some valued decisions here. One of the things in my short time on the board that I've sort of struggled with, and I know we've gone through we've had a lot of process conversations around programs, program development, program prioritization, is do we really have a long-term strategy of what programs need to be developed and where? Oftentimes I hear, why does that institution get to do that program? Why does that institution get that professional program? Why can't we do this? Why can't we do this? And I think at the local level, you can read it in our newspapers, at the local level, people are really struggling with that. And they should be struggling with that because we don't have that, we haven't defined that. And so I really hope that as we go through the process that we're not looking at this just from an expense and efficiency and a revenue perspective, but we're looking at it from an empowerment perspective for our leaders in the systems to know what can be developed, where can it be developed, where is the sort of wiggle room, and then how can we collaborate for the benefit of the student experience to be able to move freely within our system, to be able to access the programs they want to access. But I don't think we've done that from a program side very effectively, and so hopefully that is something that we'll cover as we move forward.
Commissioner Christian.
Madam Chair, Regent Lozar, I hear both of you. I think that there will be room in this governance conversation for those conversations, and we'll make sure that we're serving the institutions and the students within those institutions in the best and most efficient way that we possibly can. I think that we have experienced some challenges there, and those won't all go away, but we need to make sure that we're open to that dialogue and we're communicating, and that's certainly there's room for that discussion within this overarching. I think as we embrace shared services and some of the things that we're trying to do together, we will work toward that end. But I think all of that can be considered. Ultimately, we need to make certain that we are supporting all of our institutions to the best of our financial ability. And I think that's the caveat that we have. And we've got to work within that framework to make sure that we can do the most for the system, which boils down to doing the most for each of those institutions and the students that they serve that we possibly can, given those parameters. And I think this framework from the get-go, I mean, even setting the stage for what those institutions are meant to be within the system and how we will fund those, I think ultimately that framework will help shape that conversation. And I think it will move us toward an end result of exactly what both of you are talking about.
And certainly if there's some best practices that we can learn from other states, I'd like to take a look at that as well. And with a lot of these comments, I certainly want to underscore we're in a situation with our educational, our higher ed that is fantastic. There are so many amazing things going on throughout our state, and we have an opportunity to just continue to elevate that bar and provide the support, and hopefully through our leadership we can help to continue to support that in a positive way. And so I want to make sure that as we have these difficult discussions, we are continuing to commend the incredible work that's being done throughout the state. So I thank you all for that. Are there any other questions or comments? Regent Sheehy.
I'd like to circle back to Bill's suggestion that he lead a committee.
Is that what you said?
Didn't hear what I said. I said I thought that the commissioner should develop a process for us to follow.
I guess I did mishear that. I'd still like to circle back and ask what our process is. You're charged with that, and you'll get back to us with And not necessarily at the next meeting, but sometime before?
I'm charged with that. I hear you loud and clear, and we will move this effort forward as expeditiously as we can, and definitely we'll be back in touch, forming the framework for this prior to the next meeting. Yeah, we're ready to go.
Any other comments or discussion? Seeing none, then I believe we are prepared to move into a break. Right on time, so noted. And we will return at 10:40 and begin our next, at 10:39 to begin the remarks from the governor's office. Thanks so much. Thank you, Siri, for being with us.
Thank you, Vice Chair Albrecht. It's great to be here. Thank you, Chancellor Nook and your staff for hosting us here. It's great to be in Billings. It's my hometown, so I get to sleep in a familiar bed and have a little bit of home-cooked meals and stuff, so it's always nice to be in Billings. Just a couple of updates on behalf of the governor, who apologizes for not being able to be here, but sends his regards and, as always, his appreciation to board members for your service. He took a back-to-school tour a few weeks ago. Commissioner Christian was able to join for part of that to highlight a couple of policy priorities. Really, it was just looking at K-12 for the most part. But one of those policy priorities I wanted to mention it remains dual enrollment and growing that. So really looking forward to later this afternoon hearing about the pilots at MSU Billings and Miles Community College that I think will go a long way towards that goal of expanding the opportunities that we're providing for students while they're still in high school to get a taste of the university system and a head start at some low-cost courses. The other things that the governor was highlighting on that tour were infrastructure, early childhood education, and broadband internet connectivity to have 21st century classrooms. A little bit, diving in a little bit to the early childhood, I wanted to give an update on the preschool development grant, which is that jointly administered grant between the governor's office, the Office of Public Instruction, and DPHHS. Last year, children in 16 communities were served with preschool, and this next year it'll grow to 34 communities that are being reached with that grant. A huge important piece of that is the workforce development component, and so there's a portion of the grant, about $500,000 a year, that is dedicated to supporting that early childhood workforce as they work towards bachelor's degrees, master's degrees, an early childhood minor, or the new P3 endorsement. And we have 152 people currently enrolled in our colleges and universities that are pursuing those fields with full tuition and fee scholarships from that grant, which is a huge, important part of course, expanding preschool, is having that workforce that's ready to support the children and families as they're getting that high quality education. And then a Main Street Montana update. Many of the KINs, the key industry networks that we've talked about before, have now forwarded their final recommendations, including workforce recommendations, to the governor. The governor and lieutenant governor have been working to review those and tasking staff and agencies with sort of the next steps in moving those forward, particularly on that workforce side. That includes recommendations that will go to the commissioner and the university system to consider how we might be able to implement across the system. So that's fairly exciting. All of those are posted on the Main Street Montana website, so I won't go dive into too much detail, but would definitely encourage you to kind of take a look at what each of those key industries has recommended and how that might be implemented across the system or at individual campuses. And then also from the Main Street, Montana, there's been a peer-to-peer conference series. The first one was the Workforce Symposium that was held at Montana State University Bozeman last fall. And just in July, there was what we called the Innovate Symposium. So it was really focused on innovation, entrepreneurship, it was here in Billings, and I think we had over 400 people attend that conference. It was a great, I think, collaboration of all of those entrepreneurs, innovators, economic development folks, educators, having conversations, sharing resources, and really trying to move the state forward. The next in this kind of series of peer-to-peer conferences will be the Beyond the Classroom Work-Based Learning Symposium. I talked a little bit about the governor's work-based learning initiative last in May in Havre, and this is a component of that initiative. Chancellor Blackketter is graciously hosting us at Montana Tech, and it's going to be an awesome conference. It's next week, actually. It's September 20th and 21st. The first day is really focused on industry-recognized credentials. RevUp is leading the pre-conference on the first day. And then the 21st, we have a packed agenda that's full of some awesome keynotes, including the Undersecretary of Education, Ted Mitchell, the Siemens Foundation CEO, David Etzweiler, Commissioner Christian will be there, Montana Teacher of the Year, Jessica Anderson, and some other wonderful folks around the state that are truly implementing awesome work-based learning programs, either in their workplace or in an education setting. And just to kind of highlight the importance of work-based learning, a Gallup study popped up in my inbox this week, and I just wanted to share one of the results of that, which was, this was a study of college graduates and the degree to which they, quote, achieve great jobs and great lives. And one of the things they found was that graduates who had experiential learning, which they defined as working on long-term projects that took a semester or longer to complete, who had a job or internship where they applied what they were learning in the classroom and were extremely active in extracurricular activities, doubled their odds of being engaged in their work later in life. So great results from these work-based learning, experiential learning opportunities. So would love to have, I know there's lots of folks from the campuses already registered to attend next week, but we certainly have more openings and registration is still open. So would love to have good representation from the system there. And Vice Chair Albrecht, I think that's all I have for this morning. Thanks for the opportunity.
Thanks for being here, Siri. Any questions for Siri? I have a question. How do we continue to sustain financially the dual credit option?
It's a great question, and I think that's one that, we're very interested in having with the Regents, with the campuses, in terms of making sure that it remains an affordable option for those students. I think one of the beautiful parts of it is that it has been reduced tuition, which allows more students to take part, and we'll be really interested to see how the pilots work out, offering no tuition coursework. But I think that's an important conversation to have, and one that we're interested in having with the Regents and with the Commissioner's office to sustain and continue to grow it, because we do know that those students that are taking dual enrollment are significantly more likely to not only enroll, go on to college, but to go on to the Montana University system than their peers. So continuing to have that, incentive and growing the numbers of students that are actually eventually coming to a MUS institution, there are those benefits there, and we want to continue to sustain it.
Well, it'll be great to see some of the outcomes and the metrics on that so that we can find a way to figure out how to sustain it. With no other questions, again, thanks for being here, Siri. I would like to move on, and we have Candy Lubansky here on behalf of Superintendent Juneau's office, the Office of Public Instruction. Thanks for being with us here, Candy.
Thank you very much, Madam Vice Chair and Commissioner Christian. I am intending here to send greetings from Superintendent Juneau. As you know, pre-K-12 school just started, and so she's busy visiting schools and enjoying that tremendously. As far as our update from the Office of Public Instruction goes, as you know, with the reauthorization of the Elementary Secondary Education Act, now fondly known as Every Student Succeeds Act, we are deeply into studying that act and, of course, comparing the differences with No Child Left Behind and implementing that act in our state. The intention is to apply early and have our work well behind us as we move into the 17-18 school year. A couple of features of the ESSA are that its difference from No Child Left Behind, a fundamental piece would be the elimination of adequate yearly progress. That does not mean that we will not continue, of course, to monitor student progress and student growth, but what it does mean is that we can look at our schools individually and districts through more lenses, not just one. And so with that, we will continue to do statewide assessments in grades 3 through 8 and high school, but again, that won't be the only measure of school success. And then, as Siri said, true ongoing support is embedded in ESSA for that preschool grant. So that's a positive thing from our perspective. We did just release the Smarter Balanced scores from last year. They are up, and I think the backdrop that's important to understand with that is that it's with the advent of implementation of new rigorous standards. And you would expect some dip in performance as everyone gets their arms around that, but Montana students kept going forward. In addition to that, we just received our ACT scores at the high school level, which replaced the Smarter Balance, and those scores are slightly up from last year also. So those are two positive things. In August, I don't know if any of you have ever been to the Montana Learning Center on Canyon Ferry Lake. It could not be a more quintessential, beautiful learning environment that is truly Montana. 15 science and 15 math teachers gathered there for a week this summer to hone their skills in being leaders in science and math, and worked together to set monthly goals of work that they will do between their meetings and to establish a cohort of learners to tap back to. It's just an incredible group of people wrapping their true hearts around math and science. And to continue with math, thanks to funding from OCHI, Math Circles Project, the Math Circles Project continues to grow. It is now in 5 pilot communities, and its intention is to strengthen the link in math between middle school and high school. And how they do it is completely foreign to me because they get together and solve math problems. They work to understand what is difficult in solving those problems, in looking at a middle schooler to a high schooler. And word on the street is that they just like to get together and do math. But it is truly with the intention of understanding that transition for middle schoolers into higher level and targeted courses in math. Then in addition, Montana is one of 25 states to receive a New Skills for Youth Planning Grant, and we are coming to the end of that, and in October have been invited to Washington, D.C. to continue making our case for that grant, the next part of that, which if we were to receive that would provide up to $650,000 a year for 3 years. And the intent of the grant is to work with business leaders and government agencies to expand access to high demand pathways. And so we're pretty optimistic about our ability to prevail in that process. Next, college application this year is October 31 through November 4th. And just so you know, last year 3,000 students in Montana filled out applications, which is just that huge first step. This year also, it'll be busy because it's also at FAFSA application time also, so they kind of overlap. And then lastly, the Board of Public Ed, as you may know, adopted new standards in art, health, and physical education. And on Friday, we'll be voting on the adoption of the revised science standards later this week. Superintendent Juneau wants to especially thank those of you in higher ed who participated in those conversations and that work and worked to develop those standards and through the negotiated rulemaking committees to make sure that we are strategically aligned in our K-12 standards with expectations and standards for college. So thank you.
Thank you. Regent Sheehy.
The application that when the 3,000 students applied for college, is that done through the high schools where you actually go and visit the high schools?
Yes.
Do we have anybody who can help with FAFSA at the same time? FAFSA tutors, that you could bring your FAFSA applications to your application process?
Welcome, Ron.
Ron Muffick.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Regent Sheehy. The FAFSA application process, there's a new date this year, October 1st is when the FAFSA is available. And so we have worked with the College Application Week people and with the Gear Up program at the Commissioner's Office to address that issue. We've offered high schools to be able to provide both FAFSA completion and application completion at the same time. It's up to the high school to make that determination.
Great, thank you. Regent Lozar, and then Nicetoon.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Question for Candy. So with the changes in ESSA and removing AYP, you mentioned assessing students from a myriad of different lenses. Are there any new lenses in which you're looking at student assessment that can be done in sort of collaboration with the university system? I think that's something that we always talk about as college prep and what are we doing when they get into the college. But I think it would be something that we should have a lot of collaboration on, or maybe there already is. So I'm just curious what some of those new lenses are.
Thank you for that question, Regent Lozar. Madam Vice Chair, the overlap is intentional and purposeful there are 5 conceptual areas of ESSA, and one of those areas is supporting quality educators. And so very clearly, we're going to be talking with universities and support systems for that ongoing training piece. An overlap with that is going to be an element that states can choose, and that would be teacher evaluation. And that training program and the subsequent teacher evaluation that a teacher experiences while on the job go hand in glove. Because those practices, those effective instructional strategies are learned at the college level and implemented once they're working, and we really need to work very closely in aligning those.
Thank you, Candy. Regent Nicetoon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I remember from May 19th and 20th, we were in Havre
Yes.
at MSU Northern and heard a compelling story from a number of teachers from mostly around the High Line, a lot of Class C schools, about the challenges with teacher shortages and so forth. So what is the K-12 world? What is OCHI? What is the governor's office? What's anybody doing to say we still have a problem? Are we putting together a plan to address this on a statewide basis to tackle this type of an issue? Is there any new news on that?
Deputy Commissioner Seck.
Madam Vice Chair, members of the board, following the meeting in Havre, the commissioner did appoint a task force to work on that. The members of that task force have agreed to the appointment, and we have our first meeting next week. So we are working on it.
And I presume we'll start to see some minutes or dialogue as to what's going on and what kind of resources are needed from the Regents level to address this critical issue?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you for being here. Thanks for your service. And please extend our best regards to Superintendent Juneau.
I will, thank you.
Thank you. At this point, I'd like to move on to the next part of the agenda, which is building a better Billings for Eastern Montana and beyond. Chancellor Nook, did you want to?
Yeah, I can
handle this?
introduce them as they start to work their way towards the panel. We have put together a group of some of MSU Billings and Higher Ed's biggest partners and supporters to talk to you a little bit today about what's going on in the community of Billings. I'd like to point out that Billings and Yellowstone County represents approximately 15% of Montana's population, and hence 15% of Montana's workforce. It's really important that we pay attention to what's going on in Billings and what we're trying to do to build a stronger Billings, a growing Billings, and a partnership between higher education throughout the state and the workforce needs here in Billings. With that, I'd like to introduce Lisa Harmon, our Downtown Billings Alliance President, Steve Arviskow, the Big Sky Economic Development President and CEO, and President and CEO of the Billings Chamber of Commerce, John Brewer. Thank you.
Thank you all. Can you hear me? No. There we go. A little better. Thank you all very much. Thank you for the opportunity to be here and to be with you. And thank you for, again, making this time available to me, to Steve and John, to be with you today and express our support and commitment for MSUB, our support for Chancellor Nook, together with Regent Martha Sheehy and the Board of Regents as we work collaboratively to shape our community here in Billings, Montana. I want to talk to you briefly today a little bit about how we're redefining what partnership means and what collaboration means in the city of Billings. And I'm going to speak from my vantage point as Executive Director of the Downtown Billings Alliance and tell you about some of the new and creative ways that we are collaborating with Montana State University Billings. And the first I want to talk to you about is the Battle of the Plans. And the Battle of the Plans is a business plan competition that we created to catalyze new business in our city and support the great entrepreneurial spirit that we have here in Billings, and so too in Montana. The Battle of the Plans, again, is a business plan competition. We invited folks across our city to submit their business concept for review and competition with the thought that we will open one new business in downtown from this Battle of the Plans business plan competition. We will incentivize one expansion of an existing business in downtown Billings, and we will award one cash award to a student from Montana State University Billings or Rocky Mountain College that writes an exceptional business plan. So let me tell you where we are today with that program. We received 40 business concept submissions from the community. We were very excited about that. Our collaborative partners are Big Sky Economic Development, they are Steve and his great team helping us review those business concepts. Montana State University, Rocky Mountain College, the Downtown Billings Alliance, the Small Business Development Center, as well under the leadership of Big Sky Economic Development. So 40 concepts. From those that were reviewed, we passed 19 through to the next phase of the business plan competition. And they were given 3 months to write an exceptional business or award-winning, if you will, business plan. We gave them 3 months because it can be very daunting. As I describe it, if you make a great cookie, I had a cookie company a long time ago, it's one thing to make a great cookie, it's another thing to make a business plan and bring it to scale and to think about all the things that you have to think about as a small business person. So we offered 4 educational sessions. So we took this Battle of the Plan competition. How do we involve our educational partners in this? Well, we do educational sessions. One was on how to write a business plan. We started with the Small Business Development Center and their expertise. How do you market? How do you brand when you have a new business? So we went to MSUB and their marketing department. We had a blast on that session on a Saturday and invited our 19 finalists to the session. The session was to last an hour and a half, and no one wanted to leave. And they stayed for 2 hours and then continued in the MSUB parking lot. And it was a Saturday morning, and it was farmer's market, and I just am thinking about tomatoes, so I'm like, come on, let's go get some basil and some tomatoes. So we had so much fun, and I'm really appreciative of the collaboration there. But the idea is to tell you, we had those other sessions. 17 people on September 2nd submitted their final business plans after going through the rigors of what it would mean to do that. And now they'll go on to the selection and showcase phase, where together with all of our partners that I have mentioned here, we will pass through probably about a half a dozen to the selection and showcase phase, and then select our final award winners and announce those on Small Business Saturday. And I tell you and go into great detail on this because I want you to know how proud we're going to be when we announce those winners, and that MSUB has had a part in that, has gotten to be in relationship with 19 people that want to open businesses in their city. And I think it's an incredible program, and I'm very thankful for that. I also want to talk to you about our collaboration with MSUB's Extended Campus. I have for a long time been working with the Extended Campus in downtown Billings, and often I will be part of a nonprofit training. We'll do it again on October 19th, and really as an effort for the Extended Campus to reach out into the community and help our business community. I represent 500 property owners and 250 business owners in downtown Billings, so it makes sense that we would be in close collaboration as we move towards more economic prosperity in the city of Billings. I want to talk to you about the placemaking that MSUB does with us right now. More and more universities, especially those obviously in urban settings, in city centers, are becoming placemakers along with us, those that are placemaking. And that means that we work on events together. Your international students help us with Harvest Festival every year in October, and your students, other students volunteer. They volunteer when they're in session. To see your Chinese international students at the pumpkin seed spitting contest, I have to tell you, it should be an internet sensation. It is so much fun. And so we are working in those ways, but not only events like Harvest Fest and Holiday Parade and all those that your students and volunteers help us with, but public art. We're introducing public art in the public realm, and Jody Leitner, one of your professors in the art department, is on our committee. Those are ways that we actively collaborate and shape the future of our city and introduce public art in the public realm. Right now, we have just finished this week our 16th traffic signal box wrap with local art, and MSUB was a part of that, and of that I'm very, very proud. And so I just wanted to leave you with share with you just a little bit of our enthusiasm for the leadership at MSUB, our enthusiasm, commitment, and support to work with you as we work toward a really bright economic future for the city of Billings, and that we shape it together and redefine our collaborations, and we're very excited for that. So thank you for your time this morning. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer those.
Thank you, Lisa.
My pleasure.
Can't get the image of pumpkin seed spitting out of my brain.
It is one of my superpowers.
What are your superpowers? She has many superpowers. It's hard to follow. Madam Vice Chair, Regents, thank you for allowing us to present to you with enthusiasm and passion for the partnership that we have for MSU Billings. You're in yellow jacket country, so take off all those other hats that you may have to wear today. You'll be a yellow jacket. I want to walk through a few slides that just give you a perspective on our economy and where it's headed, and what that means about our continued partnership with both MSU Billings, but also with you as the governing body for our university system. So the first slide that you have there just is our take at a 500-mile perspective. It's really important that we just don't look at what's happening in Billings, our own community, or even in our own multi-county region that we serve with some of our programs, but that we pay attention to what's happening 500 miles away from us. We're the largest community in a 500-mile region. We have a strong and diverse economy that I'll share a little bit more with you, but we have to keep our eyes up looking at what's happening regionally and answering the question, are we still regionally competitive? Are we competitive to attract talent and attract private investment in our community? So that's an important perspective. That's what we call our 500-mile perspective as we start the process of looking at our economy and are we competitive on a regional basis. Our GDP grows at about twice the national rate, 3.6% over the last decade or so. We can anticipate continued strong economic growth. Our population grows not quite as quickly as the folks in Bozeman, but about 1.5%, so good, steady population growth, good economic growth as a community, but you got to pay attention to what's happening around you. The next slide gives you a sense of our economic diversity, and our economic diversity is very important to us. It kind of got us through those tough years in 2008 as we kind of work through that recession to where we are today. There are some trends that we're paying attention to as we look at our economic diversity. One is changing dynamics, changing market, changing regulatory environment around natural resource development and what that means to our regional economy. Changes in our ability to develop coal and produce power through coal and how that plays out in our economy. Changes in the price of oil and how that plays out in our economy. So that's one thing we're paying attention to. While all that's going on, our 3 refineries in Billings will invest nearly $1 billion in capital improvements over the next few years. So they're very much committed to our market, very much committed to the technology they need to conduct business. That's important for us. Another thing that we're paying attention to as we look at trends is healthcare. And you'll be talking later today about our RN to BSN program, and I would again encourage your support. I'm going to thank you in advance for the work that you've put into thinking through that program and what it means to our community. Job growth in healthcare in our community has grown at twice the pace of any other sector in our economy. So it's something we're forced to really pay attention to and wrestle with as we look at job growth, workforce development, training programs, and the infrastructure to carry that out. Next slide, please. We've included several counties, the larger counties in Montana, to just give you an idea of what we look like in relationship to the other counties, but all of our counties face the same dilemma in the next decade, and that is that not only do we have job growth because we're growing business, but we have replacement needs. And so if you look at that chart, the dark blue in Yellowstone County, we've got to, in the next decade, replace 27,000 positions that are filled today, and as we get older, we're going to be moving on, and somebody else we have to train and prepare to fill that position. And then we have growth. We want to be growing as an economy and not just fill that status quo. So that's clearly an issue for us as it is for other counties, as you know very well, across the state. Next slide, please. So if I take all those numbers and put them down into 2 big important numbers for us to pay attention to, in the next 10 years, Yellowstone County has to fill 32,500 jobs, both for replacement and growth. 32,500. Chancellor Nook, you and I are going to engrave that number on our back of our hand or something so we can pay attention to that. Then when we drill down and start asking our employers what's going on at their workplace, 62% of them are telling us we can't grow our business because we can't find talent. 2 very compelling numbers that ought to drive strategic planning and program development, infrastructure investment at our university here in Billings. I'll move quickly through the next slide. One of the solutions we're bringing to the table is collaboration. 4 years ago, we sat in this very room. We pulled together 150 people to talk about our workforce development challenges in Yellowstone County. We then developed what we call Billings Works, a workforce council. And we've established 4 goals. I'll share those with you quickly. We survey our business community every winter about the January timeframe after the holidays are over. We want to ask them what's going on in their business, and we ask them. And we've issued 2 reports. You received one of them, our State of the Workforce report from 2015 and 2016. It is a data-driven, business-driven, collaboration to get us where we need to be in terms of workforce development. And your university, City College, was the birthplace of that initiative. And so they're very much a part of that partnership. 4 goal areas, collaboration. We want to stay involved. We've signed up a steering committee through an MOU process. We have both public and private sector partners pulled together for that process. And then we've committed to each year engage our private sector in that survey process to develop that State of the Workforce report. We also have a HR toolkit that we provide our local businesses as just a basic good resource to stay on top of human resource needs. And then we work to align education with workforce as well. And then we have a website called Your Dream Careers Here. So if you're thinking of relocating to Billings, go to Your Dream Careers Here, and you'll learn what it means to live in our community, what it means to work in our community, and how you can not only have that job, but be engaged with our community. And then we take that show on the road. Your Dream Career is here. We'll go to job fairs in our market. Dr. Grisato, we were on your campus last spring at your job fair. I almost got recruited to go fishing in Alaska. I was tempted to be recruited to do that. But we set up a booth, and our message was, there are great job opportunities in our community. Come discover what Billings is all about. We'll do that not only on your campus again this year, but also in Missoula, and then we're going to venture into Wyoming, University of Wyoming campus in Cheyenne, to work on talent attraction. I'm going to leave it at that and tell you lastly that Montana State University Billings is critical to our economic development, our workforce development, and to our community development. And we have a strong partnership, and we want an even stronger partnership with you as you set framework and policy and make budget decisions and other things regarding higher ed in our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
A very strong partnership indeed. Hi, first of all, welcome to Billings, Montana's Trailhead. We're glad you're here. I'm John Brewer, the president of the Billings Chamber of Commerce. We have 1,200 business members who employ 47,000 people, and I'm very proud to say that one of our more engaged members of our board of directors is Dr. Nook. Very active in our community, and we're a proud member of our group. Billings, like most communities across Montana, I believe, wants to be better. We want to be stronger. We want to be more competitive. And at times, I think we want to be younger. Right now, we know that we are 6th in the nation as a state, as an aging population. By 2020, we'll be the 5th oldest in the state. By 2030, there will be more people over 65 years old than under 18. So just as you mentioned earlier, looking at peer institutions and benchmarking your institutions from others across the country, we do the same here in Billings. We look externally, we look at communities our size, we look at communities larger to see what we can learn. We're committed to learning from those communities on how we can build a more attractive town, to pull in young professionals and to keep the talent that we have here. We call this our aspirational city visit. Every 2 years we go and visit a community and learn from the inside what makes them tick. Most recently we had 40 individuals go to Oklahoma City, including representatives from Montana State University Billings. We were exploring how that town has transformed over the last 20 years. Oklahoma City invested about $1.5 billion in its wants, not its needs, but in what it needed to make itself a transformational community. And they've been able to track a $10 return for every dollar invested in their infrastructure. And you can see in the picture on the left-hand side is one of the projects that they completed in their initial phase. And that was taking this dilapidated warehouse district and making it, adding a 1.5-mile water canal through their downtown, making it a vibrant downtown with active nightlife and tourism amenities that have really impacted their economy quite significantly. The transformation has been a magnet for young professionals. There are about 130,000 college students in the Oklahoma City area, and the retention rate is phenomenal. 85% of Oklahomans who graduate in that area stay in that area. It's just the impact of what their community has done to want to keep those graduates in their area. One tangible outcome of our aspirational city visits has been the formation of our next-gen young professionals group. We currently have 215 of these under 40s who have joined this group. And in partnership with Montana State University Billings, our Next Gen group has developed a 5-month new manager training program with the extended campus. We're also in our second year working with Montana State University Billings on our Next Gen mentorship program. We currently have 20 students who are paired with 20 young professionals and are learning the ropes from what they will soon see as peers. Another tangible outcome from our aspirational city visit is a community initiative that we call Billings Now. This is a working group of about 50 community leaders who are building a collective strategic plan for Billings. This wouldn't have happened without the support and the encouragement of Lisa, Steve, Dr. Nook, and a handful of others that have really made this initiative come to reality. The group is working to enhance the heart of our community, the core, our downtown, improving our curb appeal through entryway beautification, positioning Billings as a stronger regional leader, working with our higher ed partners, and much more. So this is an ideal time as we develop our community strategic plan for Dr. Nook to be working on Billings' MSUB strategic plan. So we thank you very much.
Thank you. Regent Sheehy.
I want to thank all of you for coming. And I think this really ties into our previous discussion here, because as we start to look at the missions, one of our steps is to look at the mission of the 4 years. I think it's really important that we understand the economy of the regional schools. And as a regent, I hope you're not relying on me to give you the economy of the Billings. My myopic view is that we're all litigating down here, and clearly that's not true. So I really appreciate the information that's given, and I would suggest that because we visit these regional schools every 2 years, that we get a 15 or 20-minute presentation about the economy, the existing partnerships, and partnerships that region views might be helpful. And as we listen to what's happening in each of the regional communities, I think we'll better understand what might be available. You know, some of these partnerships are news to me. What's going on between our community and Dr. Nook and MSUB. It's quite heartening. So I think it's really important to hear what they're saying, to understand what each of these regional communities has in place, and to use the existing data. I highly recommend to each of you the part of this presentation that we didn't go through every slide, but the booklet on what's happening in the workforce that is prepared locally has nothing to do with the, educational or governmental function. It's the workforce that is creating that data. It already exists for us. And I just found this very exciting, that we can use what's already in existence in each of these local communities as we set forth our plans for MSUB moving forward.
Thank you, Martha. Commissioner Christian.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Regent Sheehy, couldn't agree more. This is very valuable information. I appreciate all of you being here and the warm welcome you extended to us today and the presentation. We truly are looking forward to how we as a system can support Billings. I will say this is a great start and one that I think has been lacking in a bit, in that what Billings needs to be needs to come from Billings. And it needs to come from Chancellor Nook working with you all in the Billings community to tell us at a board level, at a Montana state level, here's what we need to be, here's how we serve our community, how can we work together to do that? And I certainly, from my office, from the Regents, and I think I'm free to extend this from President Cruzado, we're certainly willing, anxious, and ready to support Billings in that endeavor. We're anxious for the plan, and I think that will give us the launch pad that we all need to work together to form that next generation for Billings. Thank you.
Regent Nystuen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Chancellor Nook, kind of interested in knowing what you and perhaps our colleagues out in Miles City and Dawson are doing in the form of collaborating on displaced workers from the energy sector. You're talking 32,500. That number resonates with me as far as jobs needed. And we have people that are no longer going to need to be in coal mines and in the oil fields and some things like that that are looking for opportunities. Certainly coming from the Flathead that experienced a lot of downturn relating to the construction industry, and most recently the number of layoffs that have occurred through Weyerhaeuser and through transformation from Palm Creek and so forth. I know Flathead Valley Community College has worked hard over the years to provide workforce training opportunities and the network and support that's going on with displaced workers. Wondering what's going on over here in eastern Montana. I call it eastern Montana from the Flathead, okay, but what's going on here in eastern Montana, because your reach. I saw your circles on your map that says you're just not Billings, you're 250 miles out, and that certainly extends into Sydney and beyond. What are you doing to say we've got opportunities here?
Yeah, let me make a few.
Thank you.
Yeah, let me make a few comments and then turn to both Dean Coppersmith and President Klippenstein at Miles City. Especially when Colstrip was initially experiencing the issues that they had, and when Stillwater Mine a year or so ago had some issues, we pretty quickly moved to go out and meet with them. We sent the dean from City College out to meet with leaders there and find out what sort of services could we provide to workers that were going to be laid off, or workers that were maybe not going to be laid off, but were uncertain of their future and uncertain of the future of the plants. In the case of especially Colstrip, it was Miles City that really led that charge and provided the spear point for that. But it really is going out and meeting and saying, what are the services that you're going to need? I think the two-year institutions are really well placed to do that, because many of the workers that we have seen being displaced are in the trades and are looking for something that will convert their skills quickly into something else that's employable for them in the region, if at all possible. But it also gives us a point of contact, especially with the embedded nature of City College, to be able to move any of those workers who say, what I really want to do is start my own business, but I don't have any business background, to move them into a four-year business program pretty quickly. And with some of the support services that we have in the community of Billings, that's fairly easy to do. But Stacy or Cliff?
Stacy, why don't you go ahead first?
Thank you very much, Chair Nystuen. I would like to just echo what Chancellor Nook just mentioned about Colstrip area. I'm a member of the Southeast Eastern Economic Development Council. We've had some joint meetings along with Steve and the Big Sky Economic Development about the impact in this region. And through that also, we were able to bring over Dawson and Miles, as well as the City College. We called ourselves, I think, the Eastern Montana College Coalition, EMC squared. So take that as you want. But it is one of those where it is going to be a joint effort. It is being led really by the SEMDC and Jim Atchison there and their group, looking at some grants and how we will play into those grants once they move forward with that, with furthering our education and our training efforts. And I know at DCC has done some incredible work on Eastern Montana. They're right next to North Dakota in their efforts in dealing with the slight downturn in the Bakken oil and providing additional training and building up their training. We've seen a great, with our enrollment increases we've seen in our trade areas, mostly heavy equipment operations, CDL, and a lot of those are people coming from that area, as well as we will work on the Colstrip area. We are also in dialogue with other companies in regards to sustainable type energy and renewable energy, so what training will have to happen from that angle as well in Eastern Montana. Thank you.
Okay, I'll just add one thing, is that we've worked very closely with Brittany Sousa and the Big Sky EDA in repackaging a grant application that was previously submitted through with the state effort, and we've partnered with the Northern Wyoming Community College District in a repackaged grant application that's definitely taking a regional approach to the energy sector displacement we've had in the last 18 months. And we're hopefully optimistic that we'll be successful with that grant because of its regional approach. The previous offerings largely went to larger urban environments and urban institutions, and working with our partners in Sheridan, we're hoping that a regional approach will be unique and get the attention of the the grant reviewers. So, but we will continue to work with President Klippenstein and our new President Mickelson at Dawson in terms of that outreach to Colstrip.
Okay, you got to be wired to participate. Okay. I just might add, just to reflect on Stacy's comment, we brought a cohort of our board of directors. We have 32 board members. We got on a bus, went to Colstrip, met with Jim Atchison and his board, as well as some other broader community leaders. We brought down the folks from Snowy Mountain Development out of the Roundup area, brought in our Beartooth RC&D. So it was a broader regional conversation about what's going to happen. That meeting took place a week before the announcement on the settlement for the closure of units 1 and 2. We received a presentation from Northwestern Energy at the time, and then also Talon Energy, and they were both, especially Talon, hinting at the pending decision. And so that was a good kickoff, I think, Stacey would agree, in terms of we need to think more regionally. So what we've done, we've formed what we call a Coal Country Coalition of the economic development groups in our region. We've secured a state grant from the Department of Commerce. Thank you, Department of Commerce folks. And then also the Federal Economic Development Administration to do an economic footprint assessment. How are our regional economies connected? What does it mean when we have a downturn in the coal economy? How does that impact us here in Billings? How are we all connected? The second piece of that is a workforce assessment. What are the skill sets? What does our current workforce profile look like? And if that economy is changing, what are we going to do with that skill set? How can we change? So we'll be doing an RFP for that study now that we've secured the grant funds within probably the next 30 days. At the same time we're doing that, I know Jim Atchison out of Colstrip, they have secured funding to also do a local economic diversification assessment. What are their best opportunities for economic diversity in their community? We're going to look at both of those reports and try and use that to help guide some economic development strategies.
Thanks, Steve. Other questions? Oh, go ahead, Siri.
Just a comment. Thank you for the presentation and for the work that you're doing. I think it's really exciting, and highlighting the workforce challenge, in this area especially, but it's across the state, and I think it presents some real opportunities for innovation and how we pull together education and workforce development providers with meeting the needs of the employers that are here now or are going to be. And just wanted to quickly highlight, I think some of those things that are already happening, both through the TACT grants. I think the Healthcare Montana redesign of the curriculum to get students in and out quicker and more efficiently through Rev Up and focusing on getting students industry recognized credentials so they can again go in and out as needed, and some of those work and learn type opportunities so that we can have students in the workplace fulfilling those jobs, but also learning while they're on the job. So I think those are all really important pieces of this. And then, appreciate that it's a data-driven process that you guys have gone through, and I think that's really important. And just sort of a reminder, connecting that conversation earlier today to the Missoula College report that the Regents heard about I think it was in May, in Havre, and that's really what those reports are looking at is, how are these programs meeting the needs of our service area, of the employers in our service area? What are the outcomes for students in terms of having jobs and filling those priority workforce development areas? So I think that system-wide report will be an important piece of the conversation going forward. But thank you, appreciate it.
Thank you. And certainly this is an opportunity for you to be a catalyst into what MSUB develops into for the future. And so I thank you for your investment and your engagement. It's exciting, the opportunities and the challenges, which are certainly opportunities. Any other discussion? Or go ahead, Chancellor Nook.
And maybe just in closing, I want to thank you not only for your presentation, but Regents. These are three people that really understand the place of higher education, not just in economic development, but improving the quality of life in a region, that higher education has an impact there, and They've reached out to the university. We've reached back, but we've really formed a very strong and close partnership. It really has been what allowed this community to move forward with Billings Now and get 50 business leaders, community leaders, political leaders involved in setting a long-range plan for where this community is going to go. Because as we grow, it's going to be important that we know where we're going and try to mold that as much as possible so that we do maintain the quality of life that we want and desire here in Billings throughout Montana. And these three individuals have been key players in that, and I want to thank them for their understanding of higher education and their outreach to the university and education throughout the state of Montana. So thank you.
Thank you, Chancellor Nook, and thank you for your leadership in this capacity as well. We'll go ahead and close this discussion and move on to the next item on the agenda, which is chaired by Regent Nicetoon, the 2-year and Community College Committee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The 2-year and Community College Committee understands that we are between you and lunch. A good lunch, right, Chancellor Nook? Okay, so we have 4 items that we're going to visit about today, and they're going to be interesting. And the first item that we have is the Fall 2016 Co-Requisite Summit. There are 2 attachments. The first one really describes in great detail the co-requisite remediation type of efforts that's going on a national basis. And then really what's getting exciting is about the attachment number 2 is an upcoming event November 3rd and 4th in Bozeman about the co-requisite at scale for the Montana State Academy. And so this morning, Deputy Commissioner Seck is here.
Mr. Chair.
There we are. Okay, I didn't see you there, John. And Provost Makwa is here to go into a little more detail about this. So with this, can I cue it up with you, John?
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the board. It's a pleasure to be with you today. This is a very exciting event. In fact, as you are all aware, we've been working on the Math Pathways Initiative for about the last 2 years. And Provost Makwa, in his former capacity as chair of the mathematics department, was highly involved in that effort. And so this effort involves a complementary program of implementing co-requisite remediation models. This is being supported by Complete College America, which consists of 36 states. Montana is one through Complete College Montana. And the mission of Complete College America is focused on increasing college completion rates and closing attainment gaps for underserved populations. The strategies that we've been working on through the Math Pathways Initiative and this new co-requisite remediation initiative are focused on just that. We've learned that students who are placed in standalone remedial courses usually don't end up completing because they don't complete all of the remedial classes or don't make it through to the college level class. We lose them not because they can't do the work, but because they can't complete the sequence of remedial courses. We have a model in which we'll place students directly into the appropriate college level course and give them extensive academic support. This is called co-requisite instead of prerequisite model, and we're seeing much higher levels of completion for those courses, upwards to 2 to 3 times higher than the students going through the traditional remedial format. About 5 states have scaled up the co-requisite remediation, and they're getting great results. Typically, about 60% of the students in co-requisite courses are passing compared to about 22% of the students in the traditional model. We're excited. In Bozeman, on November 3 to 4, we will be hosting a summit. And my sincere thanks to Provost Makwa and his team for taking a leadership role in setting that up. It's going to be great. We're expecting representation from across the state. And we're drawing on a team of experts. And Katie, if you can go up a little bit on the agenda, you can see the folks who are coming in. These folks include
people such as Tristan Denley, who is the Vice Chancellor for Academic Affairs at the Tennessee Board of Regents. He wrote the book on this. He is probably one of the most experts in the United States on this particular initiative, as well as folks like Amy Getz from the Charles A. Dana Center at UT Austin and many other folks. So we're excited about this. Provost Makwa and I stand ready to help answer any questions the board may have, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Provost Makwa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the board. I would just add to the comments that Deputy Commissioner Seck provided that in May we came to the board and made a presentation on the co-requisite initiative, and really I hope established the sense of urgency and the sense of need for this approach in the state of Montana. I also shared at that time a timeline, a schedule, and this was on this schedule. So the purpose of the co-requisite academy, it's a working academy. By the end of this academy, we hope to come out with a series of draft recommendations on how we could begin implementation. The next step would be to refine those recommendations and to develop an implementation plan over this winter. Following that, in the following fall semester and spring, we'll begin enhancing the pilot offerings of co-requisite courses with the overall goal that by spring of 2018, so spring semester of 2018, we would be able to have a full-scale implementation of co-requisite courses across the state of Montana.
Thank you, Provost Makwa. I asked Deputy Commissioner Seck the other day, are the campuses enthused about this? Are they signing up? Do they see value in this? And John, maybe you could reply your answer if you would, please.
Yes, Mr. Chair, members of the board, I would say the campuses have been very enthusiastic about this. I think they see that this presents a tremendous opportunity for us as a state to address this issue and receive some valuable technical assistance from other states who have done this. And I will also add that Montana did receive a grant from the Dell Foundation. So all expenses for this summit on November 3rd and 4th are covered. Travel, hotel, lodging, everything. So we're very excited about that.
As we see, thank you, Deputy Commissioner Seck, as we see kind of a leaky pipeline with students that are rolling on campus today that are just not saying, you know what, I'm just not college material. I think we've got a golden opportunity here really to take a look at ways that we can engage in using best practices from across the United States, funded by others, to really help us ensure that we really help with our retentions, which certainly helps with our performance-based funding, and get a return on those investments that students are willing to make by coming here. So what I'd like to do is see what questions we have from the other members of the Regents as well as the others in the room here. Regent Lozar.
Thank you, Chair. Question for Deputy Commissioner. I'm just trying to get a sense of the scope or the size of participation that we can expect from folks enrolling in co-requisite courses. I'm sure you probably have done some preliminary assessments on how many might be involved. Can you kind of give us a sense of how many in the system will be involved? Co-requisite courses.
Mr. Chair, Regent Lozar, are you asking about campus involvement?
No, I'm asking about the number of students that will participate in co-requisite classes.
Right. Our goal would be to encompass a significant number of students who are presently struggling in remedial courses, and as we've discovered from the Math Pathways Task Force, many are not completing the sequence and not making it into a gateway math course. So we're looking at our initial focus is in the non-STEM pathways, again, aligning with the work of the Math Pathways Task Force,
and focusing on co-requisite design in that section first. And I would like to ask Provost Makwa if he would like to add to that.
Yeah, thank you. So to give a sense of the scale, about 52% of students in Montana who are entering one of our two-year colleges are taking developmental math or writing courses. It's slightly lower than 50% for our four-year regional colleges, and it's at about 22% of students who enter the flagship universities are taking developmental courses. So the impact of this is going to be large and significant when you consider those numbers.
And Mr. Chair, Regent Lozar, follow up to that, the data analysis that was done through our office via the Math Pathways Task Force was quite revealing. And basically, a student who is placed into one or more remedial math courses has less than a 10% chance of ever completing their degree.
Isn't that an amazing number? So thank you. Thank you, Deputy Commissioner Seck. Other questions or comments? Deputy Commissioner Seck and Provost Makwa, thank you for your information this morning, and we'll look forward to a number of us attending the conference in Bozeman November 3rd and 4th.
And Mr. Chair, just my thanks to everyone involved in the Math Pathways Task Force and the folks involved in the co-requisite. They involve representation from the University of Montana and all affiliates, and MSU and all affiliates in the 3 community college districts. So it's been truly a system-wide effort.
Thank you. Item number B on our agenda today has to do with the Dawson Community College update. I remember from a year ago there was considerable concern about the trajectory that our friends and colleagues from Glendive and Dawson were headed towards, and it was a real refreshing to get our packet, a 2.5-page report authored by Scott as well as their board chair Chad, and they are here today from Dawson Community College to give the Board of Regents an update as to how things are progressing out in Glendive. So with that, good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning, Chairman Nystuen and Deputy Commissioner Seck, Commissioner Christian, fellow board members. It's good to be here. Greetings on behalf of the trustees of Dawson Community College. When Interim President Nix and I were before you in November, we gave you a rather long list of the very aggressive changes that had been going on at Dawson over the previous few years. And Interim President Nix laid out the plan that we had ongoing, which involved some difficult staff and faculty cuts and some restructuring. And I think if I can paraphrase Commissioner Christian at the time, he said it's a plan and only time will tell. And that's still true, but in the 10 months since then, I'm very pleased with what it has told us. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to President Mickelson to give you more specific updates.
Thanks, Chad. Thanks, members of the board. We're excited to be here today to share some of the highlights of this report. Won't go through each line detail by detail, but kind of share some of the highlights under each of these categories. First one in administration. As you're aware, we were put on a warning with the Northwest Commission, and that was lifted. We went through some reporting and communication with them and had that removed. We have some reports coming up, spring of 17, spring of 18. There's been a committee called, and they have stayed in constant contact with ELSA at the Northwest Commission, and they have started working on those reports for those springs. So we're excited about that. Assessment's a big deal in education, and we always look at the learning side of the house when we talk about assessment. At Dawson Community College, we're doing that, but we're taking it broader than that. We're looking at the college-wide assessment. And what are we doing in food services? What are we doing in housing? What are we doing in registration to meet the needs of the students? And so that's something that we're continuing to work on right now to strengthen our assessment, not only in the classroom, but also college-wide. I've set up a series of listening sessions. I've completed those with the faculty and staff. We did one at our local county fair. Got some feedback on that. And then I believe the end of this month, we have a community listening session. They've gone fairly well. At this point in time, there's probably about 3 or 4 common themes that are coming out of those. And so as we get all the information back, we'll look at that data and then see what those common themes are and what we need to do to move forward with this information we've received. Workforce development. A few years ago, they hired a workforce development director. That individual left, and then about a year and a half ago, they hired Tracy Massow. She's been our workforce development. And, I'm pretty excited because as I was visiting with her, I says, how many businesses did we make contact with last year, and how many business employees did we impact their lives? We touched 25 area employers, organizations, and we provided training to over 62 employees. And so what I challenged her to do is, these are good numbers, but as we go forward, how many more are we going to impact from year to year? So we'll be watching that as we go through. Our student life, there's a lot of cool things that go on in student life, and we're there as the moms and the dads drop off their kids, this is the part that helps them stay engaged and focused in their learning. We had 3 new coaches at DCC within the last year, and happy to report that our girls basketball was number 3 in our division as far as high GPAs. And so they don't come in just as athletes, they come in as student athletes. And I think our coaches spend some time and stress the importance that you're a student first, you're an athlete second. And I think that's favored well for us. We have a coffee shop that we opened up in the Tepke Center where we hold our games. And it's pretty cool to go there in the mornings and see people walking the track, stopping in for a cappuccino or what all the other stuff that we offer down there. And I was told the other day that there's a group of ladies that will pre-order cappuccinos that are teachers and then take that back to their school. And in addition to that, there's some board games on one of the tables, and there's a group of 4 or 5 ladies that come in weekly to sit down and have a coffee and play those games. So it's excited to see them coming in and utilizing those things. We've had a lot of hires in the last year. We still have a few more to go, but what's been exciting about these hires is we're bringing people from across the United States that have expertise in certain areas. We hired a librarian who actually grew up in Colstrip, worked at MSU Bozeman, MSU Billings, and she went to Pikesville University and spent a couple years there, and we're actually very pleased to be able to interview her and help her return home. So she's our library director. We're excited about that. We brought an art instructor out of Connecticut. She's got years and years of experience in teaching art. So she comes into our art program and is doing great things. I visited with her a couple days ago, and the ideas that she had just kept coming and kept coming and kept coming. And as being a leader of an institution, when you have a faculty member that keeps coming up with the ideas and that excitement and that newness that exists with them is very encouraging and exciting. Our foundation, part of good colleges also have good foundations, and our foundation has partnered with us on some things, and they've redone the MOU, and they've done their strategic plan to more closely align with DCC's strategic plan, which I think is very important because that helps us keep on the same page as we move forward. A couple of high-level things that I think that they've done that I've been impressed with is they're paying for the first 3 credits of our dual credit students. Of anybody that takes a dual credit class through DCC, they will pay the first 3 credits of that. So we're excited for that. The other thing, and a little bit of this talk was going on this morning, but we have a lot of scholarships that we give out for a small institution. But 2 years ago, we gave out $30,000, and the foundation stepped up and doubled that this year to $60,000. So they see the needs of the students that are out there, and a lot of our students these are need-based scholarships, the majority of them. So happy about the foundation stepping forward and doing some of those things. Partnerships within the community is we partner with the Glendive Medical Center on a trainer. And so they hire the trainer, they office a trainer, we give some office space to the trainer, but when we're athletic events and practice, the trainer's there to be able to be there and help with our athletes. So we're pretty excited about that partnership. Our student athletes in community events, our student athletes volunteered over 2,000 hours last year, Boys and Girls Club, Relay for Life, Special Olympics, track meets at the high school and that type of stuff. Some of the outcomes that we talked about a little bit, The warning from Northwest accreditation was removed. That was huge for us. Kind of gives us a new window to view through and a new direction to go, so we're pretty excited about that. Increased quality in academic programming. Got some programs that are undergoing some visiting with their advisory committees, and we get new ideas when we do that. We get new directions that we should be going. Increase on campus residency by 12%. I think in my report I said 14%. So that's a little bit of that game scene where we're really going to settle out. But I think we're going to, when it's all said and done, that our residency will be up about 10%. So we're excited about that. So we got some more students coming to campus, some people that are seeing DCC as a place where they want to go to receive their education. It's been kind of a rough road with some of the labor issues that were going on at the college. I think we're in a better place than we were 3 months ago. We've had some people that's really stepped up and tried to, and are having meetings with the union representation there in Glendive, setting up monthly meetings to meet with the local union representation on campus, and I think we're making great strides in those areas, and so that's pretty exciting. Just a couple of other things in closing here. We, our enrollment at DCC is, I came in and I reviewed the last 10, 15, 20 years. There had been some downward spirals and some little upward spirals, but overall mostly down. And it looks like we've probably stabilized that at this time. And I think what some of the important things we're doing there is we have this document, a view book, and it was just came off the press a couple days ago. And so it has all the information about the college. So students that are interested, we can give them this. It's got a folder in the back that we can put some additional information in. But our recruiting team put this together, and Daniel Noker kind of did the writing and some of the marketing with it, and Swella and her team put it together. But this is important stuff. It looks nice. It looks professional. It's attractive to parents. It's attractive to students. So it's things like this that's helping us attract students. Good customer service. I was visiting with some people yesterday, and the processes that they're putting in place to make sure the students' needs are met. We had a student that was a little bit frustrated yesterday, and I was on the road, and so I was hoping, I sent an email hoping that people were taking care of the issue, and when I got to the motel last night, I got an email said we'd taken care of the student. She's enrolled in the classes, we visited with her, and everything's okay, and that's really what it's about. Because our people are starting to realize that the reason that we're here is to take care of the needs of the students, to make sure that they're in the classes that they need, that they get the services that they need. So I was pretty excited about that. So that's kind of some highlights, I guess, at this time. Deputy Commissioner, if you have questions or anything additional, or we'd turn it back over to Regent Nystuen.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, I don't have any questions, but I would just like to say I've been so impressed with the leadership of President Mickelson since he took over, and just the energy and things that are happening. I'm very pleased, and also very grateful to Chairman Knudsen for reaching out, and during the time of the transition of the president and the departure of the academic vice president, the chair reached out to me and said, how about if we have a monthly call and just touch base? And we did that through the spring and summer, and so I think it's just been a great relationship.
Thank you, Deputy Commissioner Seck. Questions or comments for President Mickelson or Chair Knudsen from Glendive? Questions or comments? We want to thank you coming all the way over to be with the Regents. We look forward to even a greater report from you next year. We know you've done a lot of heavy lifting here with more ahead of you, and you have our unwavering support, at least from my vantage point, to continue what you're doing. So thank you. Third item on our agenda today is the Billings Miles City dual credit in pilot. And before you are two attachments that go into a little greater detail about this. So with that, gentlemen, welcome. And ladies.
Thank you. I'm Bob Hoare, Provost here at MSUB, so let me be the 14th person to welcome you to MSU Billings. It's great to get together and talk about the wonderful things that are going on in Billings. And the dual credit pilot that we're running this year is a good example. One of the attachments has a link to our website, and embedded in that website is a 30-second clip that we've used to highlight the program and get the word out through commercials and in the theaters. Can we play that, Katie? Thank you.
Don't you love it when one thing can serve dual purposes? Well, you can save time and money in college with High School Connections, MSU Billings' dual enrollment program. Choose from dozens of interesting courses to take at your high school and simultaneously earn college credits good at MSUB, City College, and other accredited schools. Plus, for this school year only, tuition for High School Connections is free for Billings students. To learn more or apply, visit msubillings.edu/connections.
Nice little clip. So those of you who weren't sure what High School Connections are, now you know it, right? It has been an amazing summer. We've had dual credit options at MSUB for years, but really getting the word out has been a bit of a trick. We've had great partnerships with School District 2 and Terry Bauk. He has helped get the word out to the faculty, but I think the real catalyst is when the governor came to town and announced that we were entering into this pilot. The number of hits on our website just shot through the roof, and the number of calls about what the program is started to go up as well. We have a new refreshed website and a lot of handouts, and letters are going out to the parents in the high schools. And the word is definitely getting out. MSUB hosted a day at the fair, at Montana Fair a few weeks ago. And I believe that was the largest attendance at the fair ever. And I'm sure there's a connection between us being the host and that. But what we did is we had a baseball team, different teams greeting people as they came through the gate, and Buzz was there. And we had a little information booth where people could ask us about anything they wanted, MSUB related. And the number one question that came up this year was, what is dual credit, or how can I get my student involved? So the word is out. People are asking, and we've got the information ready to provide them. What we're working on now is ensuring capacity is there. As was mentioned earlier, enrollment is a tricky thing to pin down exactly at this moment, but I can give you a few estimates. Last year at this time, we had dual enrollment connections with 7 courses in Billings, and 84 students were involved. This fall, we're up to 13 classes, but the big thing is the number of students. We're at 200, and we're expecting to get close to 225. So that's exceeds our expectations on that. And these relationships take a while to develop. Harold Olson works for us and has worked closely with SD2 and the surrounding areas to create more opportunities. And by spring, we're estimating we'll be up to 19 or 20 classes, and it'll continue. When we look at kind of a SWOT analysis on can we maintain this growth rate, one of the bottlenecks that's going to come up is the number of teachers that are eligible to teach dual credit. In order to be qualified, they need to have a master's, and they have to have 9 credits within the discipline that they're teaching. Many of our teachers in our region are master's holders, but they tend to be more masters of education. And so if they're teaching the math class, they're short the math credits or the science credits or the social science credits, whatever they're teaching. So at MSUB, we are working with the faculty. Matt Ruttinger, our vice provost, is taking the lead on this. We're working with faculty to design the 9 credit offerings that we'll need to get those teachers qualified so that we can maintain the growth in capacity as the growth in demand continues to rise. With that, I'll turn it over to our colleagues in Miles City.
Thank you very much. Chair Nystuen, members of the board, thank you very much for allowing us this time today to present on our pilot project. I have Jessie Duffner here today. She's our Vice President for Enrollment and Student Success, here to provide some specifics. But first, I just wanted to give you a little bit of an overview. First, dual enrollment, and Our connection with Custer County District High School is not new. We've actually been, since the early 90s, have been working with Custer County High School in dual enrolled or dual enrollment. Over the last 5 years, we have expanded from 65 headcount from all our dual enrollment activities in eastern Montana up to 120 as of last year. And so that's looking very positive. We have roughly 7 to 8 schools. It depends on each year, and it depends on, again, the instructors and eligibility at the high schools to have that. So we do intend to continue to expand in that area and offer dual enrollment. But the idea behind this was really try to help out our Custer County District High School, as well as our outstanding relationship that we've had with Sidney High School. The concept behind this pilot project is not new. As you heard with President Mickelson, with what their foundation is doing at Dawson, as well as for a long time that Flathead Valley has done an incredible job with allowing so many credits free with their dual enrollment in the Flathead Valley area. Our goal is to attract more students in our dual enrollment program, to support our local high school. This is part of our Strategic Enrollment Plan initiative. It's just one of many initiatives. And it is also part of our Vision 2020 document, which you will be receiving here soon. We have established a 5-year vision of the future of Miles Community College with certain metrics, and one of those is to increase our dual enrollment activity in eastern Montana. So hopefully when you get a chance to, when you receive that in the mail, you'll have a chance to review our goals with that. How we plan to work with our local trustees. They are the ones who approve this to move forward. They want to know, as you do, what is success and what does success look like with this program. Really, part of it is a continued growth within Custer County District High School and that relationship. Luckily, we have a great relationship with Principal Bees Lucero, and he is looking at other ways and avenues to work with us on continued growth in this area. Obviously, in ROI, we're expending money from Scholarship Reserve to help pilot this project. We want to see what comes back in the form of matriculating our students from Custer County or Sidney or others that would stay at MCC and complete either a CAS in General Studies or look at a different degree path. And so we will be measuring that over the next 3 years. But I'll give you now the microphone to Jesse Duffner, who will talk about specifics of the program. Thank you.
Chair Nystuen, board members, our past couple years, we've really focused on enrollment growth and strategies. And so out of that, this past year, our Dean of Enrollment Management and Educational Support Services, Aaron Nidji, worked with the high school in Miles City to develop the Pioneer Express program. And that program is an accelerated degree path for juniors and seniors in high school. And through there, over the past 6 months, we've started talking about how can we expand our dual enrollment offerings to help these students pursue higher ed options before they leave high school. And so we have a lot of students in Custer County District High School who don't believe necessarily that they have access to college. And so by enabling them to enroll in these dual enrollment credits without having to worry about cost, we hope that we can get them a college education within a year after high school, and that would be a 2-year general ed degree. If they choose to just do the dual enrollment and early start classes as juniors and seniors, we also have the Certificate of Applied Science degree that we could get them, which is a 30-credit core degree certificate program that they can complete. And so this initiative is dear to Aaron's and my heart. We do believe that these high school students have the opportunity to really meet some educational goals that they never realized. And then the expansion into Sidney, we've taken the Pioneer Express program concept to Sidney and hope to roll that out this fall with success. The thing about our dual enrollment is we enroll students in the spring, and so we don't have any current numbers for fall. However, we do have current Custer County students taking early start classes with us this fall.
Thank you, Dr. Hoare, President Klippenstein, Vice President Duffner. Any other comments, Deputy Commissioner Sack?
Mr. Chair, members of the board, just to say that thank you to both institutions for their innovation and their work on creating these pilots. As we know from our research,
Students who participate in dual enrollment are more likely to enroll. They have higher retention, higher GPA, and they finish sooner. So it's the right thing to do. So great job.
Thank you, Deputy Commissioner Seck. The board's, or the chair's prerogative here, I checked with President Karras at FECC. This fall, already 387 headcount in dual credit there. That accounted last year, 285 FTE at FECC were dual credits. So it clearly is a best practice that I know a number of the campuses are adopting. Certainly, I'm a huge proponent of this and want to continue to put more wind in your sails as you go forward here. So any other questions or comments? Regent Berkey.
Thank you, Chair Nice-Tune. And I just want to, I really agree with what Deputy Commissioner Seck exactly said. This is one of the greatest innovations of higher education, especially within our state. And we were very fortunate to have a meeting between the Montana Associated Students and the Office of the Commissioner of Higher Education this summer, in which we discussed this issue and just how much it means to those smaller two-year units within our system. And I think an important thing to note about the dual enrollment is that it serves a very different demographic than those that are taking, for instance, advanced placement or international baccalaureate credits. And it gives those students the opportunity that they wouldn't have otherwise, and maybe they have that opportunity in which they see that they can succeed in college, and then in turn go on to complete that two-year associate's or go beyond that to a four-year baccalaureate or even beyond that. So really kudos to your team, and I'm really excited with the way dual enrollment is progressing through the system.
Thank you, Regent Berkey. Other questions, comments? Ms. Siri.
Just a kind of word of thanks on behalf of the governor. I know he was here for the launch of the Billings pilot and really definitely supportive of what you guys are doing at Miles Community College and across all the campuses to grow these numbers. Again, it's been a priority for him, and I think to echo what Regent Berkey said, you know, really trying to attract some of those students that may not otherwise be headed into our system or think that it's an option. And I think that's probably the critical part of it. So we'll be really excited to see, you know, kind of the data that comes back as, you know, if the barrier really is the cost and how offering it for free or for less cost is going to reduce those barriers for some of those students. So just thank you very much. And we really look forward to seeing how these play out and what it might mean for going forward.
Thank you, Ms. Smiley. Should we move to the final item on the two-year committee, and that is workforce development initiatives? Today, are we joined by Dr. Lacey and Deputy Commissioner Seck. Oh, and Dean O'Brien from Missoula. It's time for a good update on our workforce development initiatives. We all heard with interest here recently the information from that Dean O'Brien and University of Montana have received with regards to what's happening in Missoula with their study. Dr. Lacey, could we turn it over to you and give us a quick update?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. I'm excited to be here again to share with you a brief progress report on the ongoing efforts related to collaborations between the Montana Department of Labor and Industry and the Montana University system to improve alignment, integration, and coordination between the two agencies to improve our outreach efforts and our outcomes related to aligning workforce and education systems in the state. Quick progress report, if you can switch to the next slide. As you recall, a year ago, we presented 5 priority goals with high expectations for what could be achieved in aligning Montana's workforce and education systems. The first priority goal relates to the alignment of and integration of data between the two agencies. And as you recall, at the May Board of Regents meeting, we were excited to present the Missoula College report, as it's come to be called, and received great response and feedback from that report, and have built upon using that feedback and built upon that to and we're excited to present to you in November at the November Board of Regents meeting a system level report, whereas the first report focused on a specific college outcomes related to workforce fulfilling workforce needs. In November, we'll be able to present to you, possibly for the first time, a comprehensive system-wide analysis of how the enrollment pipelines that are coming through every academic program in the state, flow through those academic programs, matriculate out into the workforce, which industries and occupations are those students matriculating out into, and how does that match up against the projected workforce needs in those industries and occupations statewide, and what is the gap analysis? And to be able to have a statewide snapshot of where are the gaps, where are we meeting the needs, where are we underserving the needs, and how does that help all of our institutions in the university system more effectively focus on recruitment, retention, support, program prioritization, new program development, strategic planning, all of those things. So we're excited to be able to present that to you in November. Another area of focus, as you recall, is facilitating the evaluation of employer union and veterans training programs for MUS credit recognition. We're continuing to work with the Montana Apprenticeship Training Directors Association and the different union apprenticeship training programs to have those curriculums evaluated, and excited to report that 3 areas are emerging where we have excellent outreach efforts at MSU Northern, Montana Tech and Highlands College, and MSU Billings and MSU City College to provide apprentices that are flowing through the union training programs an opportunity to receive college credit for their apprenticeship college level learning that they're receiving in those training programs, and to apply that credit towards associate and bachelor's degree completion pathways. Something that I haven't reported to you on yet, which is on the next slide, very exciting in this area as well, is we're working with the military service branches. This is in alignment with the USA Funds PLA for Veterans grant efforts, working with several of the military branches to, and the MUS Prior Learning Assessment Council and the Montana Department of Labor Veterans Affairs Office, to evaluate the top 10 occupations in each of these 4 branches, military branches. By top 10, I mean these are the occupations that are most represented for military enlisted professionals or veterans here in Montana in each of those branches. And just as an example, take a communication specialist in any one of these branches. One communication specialist, the training that they receive in that position within their military service is exactly the same as every communication specialist in that same service. So what we're doing is working with the Veterans Affairs Office in the Department of Labor and the Prior Learning Assessment Council and evaluating the training for that position so that the Prior Learning Assessment Council can then make recommendations to the colleges and universities to pre-approve that certain number of credit eligibility for those positions based on the training they receive in those positions, so that every college and every individual service member doesn't have to go through that process separately every single time. So it's an exciting new development, and I look forward to continuing to report outcomes on that. The next slide enters into where we spent a significant area of focus this past year, is integrating new apprenticeships and work-based learning experiences into college academic programs. Through the efforts of Governor Bullock and the USA Funds Tribal College Apprenticeship Grant, we now have 3 tribal colleges who are implementing healthcare-related apprenticeship programs, which is also aligned with the TAC for Healthcare Montana Grant initiative as well. But these represent the first tribal college apprenticeship programs in Montana and among the very first in the state, and we're very excited about those developments. The next slide continues to give an overview of the exciting outcomes related to the Healthcare Montana apprenticeship development efforts. We have a statewide team of folks that have been really making exciting progress here. If you recall, before the Healthcare Montana grant was initiated, there were 0 healthcare apprenticeships in the state of Montana. Even though there are well over 50 apprenticeable occupations in the healthcare industry, Montana had 0 starting out at the beginning of the grant. We now have several programs, as you can see, that are currently being implemented. We have several programs, new programs that are being developed for implementation. We have 10 formal healthcare employer partners, 32 new apprentices matriculating through the current programs, and we have several major statewide healthcare employer partners who are working with us on new programs as well. And these represent the very first, as I said, the very first healthcare apprenticeship programs in the state. And as you know, healthcare is one of the primary areas of workforce need and demand here in Montana. So it's exciting to see these new developments. The next slide continues in the same area of effort. We have over 20 projects that are currently in play with colleges, two-year colleges throughout the MUS, working directly with individual or groups of employer partners to sponsor new apprenticeship programs that are fully integrated with college academic curriculum, rather than being separate as historically has been the case. Special recognition is deserved at Flathead Valley Community College as an example, who has, I believe, has developed a showcase model example of best practice for working with a group of employers in the electrical technology area, and have formally launched and implemented the new apprenticeship program that's fully integrated with their electrical technology curriculum. And they have 9 apprentices matriculating through that program this fall. And it represents the very first competency-based education apprenticeship program integrated with the college programs here in the state. Looking forward, we're excited to continue building upon this base and to strategically expand new apprenticeship programs throughout the colleges, but also to begin looking at opportunities at the 4-year and even graduate level, and tying it to the dual credit initiative, the dual enrollment initiatives, linking back to the strong partnerships of the dual enrollment programs for pre-apprenticeships. Next slide takes us into an expanded area of focus as a result of Montana was selected as one of 6 states in the country to be a part of the National Governors Association Work-Based Learning Policy Academy. And there's all this emphasis on apprenticeships, and rightfully so, because apprenticeships are the gold standard. They're at the peak of the work-based learning career readiness continuum. But there are so many other ways that we can be partnering with employers to effectively engage employers and provide experiential learning opportunities at the workplace that are formally integrated and embedded with college academic programs at all levels. And so significant efforts in the next year is going to be to reach out to all of the institutions at all levels of the university system to build upon the base of excellent programs that already exist for work-based learning, partnerships with employers, but to strategically expand these work-based learning experience opportunities for our students throughout the system. Finally, the next slide is a point of reality is that most of these initiatives are being funded by significant grant funding sources. Several of those are going to be winding down in the coming year, which necessitates that we look to new funding sources to continue to sustain these great efforts that are currently underway, as well as to strategically expand upon them. And so that is a synopsis of progress report from this past year, and very excited for the year ahead.
Thank you, Dr. Lacey. Any additional comments, Deputy Commissioner Seck?
Mr. Chair, I just wanted to mention that Dr. Lacey, Eric Rose, Barb Wagner from the Department of Labor and Industry, and Amy Watson from the Department of Labor and Industry were all recognized by the governor with an award last month for this project.
Thank you, Deputy Commissioner Seck. You know, about a year ago, maybe it was a little less than that, the 2015-2016 Labor Market Outcomes for Missoula College was authored in conjunction with the Montana University System, Montana Department of Labor and Industry, and Missoula College. And Dean O'Brien saw this as a golden opportunity to really take this information and make some transformational types of changes at the college. I thought it would be important that our committee get a quick update from Dean O'Brien as to what's new and different. Well, how are you using this data to affect change and use our resources to your optimum?
Thank you, Chair Nystuen and Regents. Thanks for having us here. This is a tremendous document, and it came out piecemeal throughout the course of the year, and really was a finished document and presented to you at the May meeting. And I'll just go over kind of essentially 3 primary areas that we're looking at Missoula College that are, that this document itself and the information, the data collected is really making a difference, are making a difference. First of all, it's recruitment. Secondly, retention. And then thirdly, prioritizing programs. First of all, as a recruitment tool, there's a document on, it's figure 3.6. It's the actual gap analysis that shows, it's on page 44. It actually shows our programs, how many we graduate, and the anticipated workforce needs. And I talked last week with our recruiter, who is Victoria Martinez-Bello, who's just fabulous. And she said, oh yeah, I said, now you do you, how frequently? She goes, oh, I use it every day. I use it all the time. It's a real clear document to illustrate to students the likelihood of them getting a job when they graduate with a certificate or a degree. And it's colorful and it's very useful. It's also a great tool, that document itself, and the information we have in here is reliable and valid data that gives us a talking point to begin the conversations with employers. For example, accounting technology was a surprise for many of us, and that there's a high need. And then when we went into visits with our partners in private industry, it was not a surprise to them. They said, oh yeah, I've been looking for a bookkeeper for quite some time. It also gives us some talking points for recruiting purposes, as far as information. We did not know that in each of our programs, there's 100% return on investment for tuition in 1 year for our students. So it's a wise investment. And that graduates from the Missoula College will enter the workforce making right around $8,000 to $9,000 more per year than the starting salary of entry-level positions. So it gives us some good facts and some good hard data for recruitment. As a retention tool, it gives us a clear description of our students, so we know who we're working with, who to reach out to, and gives us a better sense of how to do that. And we've developed a retention plan based on much of this information, as well as giving the students a carrot of understanding. And then thirdly, we are certainly, in our leadership team meetings at the Missoula College with department chairs, we have introduced, they hear me talk about Dean Susan Wolf all the time now with the Dickinson model of program prioritization, and some courageous conversations, quite frankly, about the sustainability of some programs, with enrollment being low in them, as well as need in the workforce in the Missoula area. Some of the next steps for us, certainly to continue using it as a recruitment tool, we're very much looking forward to the statewide report, because our Surge Tech program is spread out throughout the state, and we have some distance learning opportunities. Course sharing is something that the Rev Up grant has helped us introduce, and I think Deputy Commissioner Trevor brought up the concept of really working university system-wide is something that I think we need to get to, and this will help us do that. And then certainly consideration of new programs, as this laid out some need in the workforce, and we do not offer some of those programs.
Thank you, Dean O'Brien. Questions or comments from the board? Yep.
Madam Vice Chair and Regents, I do have a question about the two-year college system as a doorway to recruiting teachers, K-12, specifically K-12. The challenge of finding and obviously recruiting and keeping teachers from Montana is challenging. And I look at the two-year doorway as financially an excellent way to get started. And I think also when we talk about workforce development, it's a huge workforce. If you look at all the roles in a K-12 system, it's stunning how many people we employ. And when we look at work-based learning opportunities, certainly they would be present. So I'm just wondering what you're thinking about that and how viable that is.
So at the University of Montana, Missoula College, we have an articulation agreement with our College of Education for pre-service teaching, and there is clearly a high need for teachers throughout the state. So that has been, and that was discussed actually yesterday at our Chief Academic Officers meeting.
Good question. Thank you. Regent Lozar.
I have a pretty basic question. It's around sustainability, and it's looking at the second to last slide. You list some funding sources, but you also talk about this winding down, at least major resources are winding down. What exactly is our plan, both as a system with OCHI, in addition to working with Department of Labor and others, to be able to backfill some of the funding that we need to continue some of these great things that are happening?
One of you.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, and Regent Lozar, that's a great question, and it's something that we are working on. And as you can see from the list, we're obviously continuing to explore external opportunities. In fact, we're working with OPI on a grant application that they're submitting just in the next couple of weeks that directly relates to this. Obviously, external funding, whether it be from federal grants or private foundations, is one source, but looking at how we can use our state funds that we have within our respective budgets to move forward and continue with this work, as if it's a priority, is also needs to be discussed.
Dean Wolf.
Thank you. I would like to say that as the lead institution for the TAC 3 grant, RevUp, that you start a grant like that, so large, $25 million, 4 years, you start with the end in mind about what are we going to do when this is over. Because it's very, very difficult to start new things and think, well, are we just going to let them go? Part of our prioritization process at our campus last year was to look at the things we wanted to continue. And in order to do that, what were the things we were going to stop doing? I think the crucial conversations that we're having right now with our job service partners in Great Falls, really across the state, working with Commissioner Busey and others, looking at what are the takeaways, what were the things that really are making a difference for our students, and how can we work together efficiently and effectively across our agencies to continue the things we want. Will we be able to do it all? No, but we just have to be smart to choose the best.
Thank you. Ms. Smiler.
Yeah, just to add a little bit, part of, one of the grants is the NGA Work-Based Learning Policy Academy grant, and part of that conversation is, what are the funding mechanisms in place? And we've had a lot of conversation, there's a cross-state work group on this to learn what other states are doing to both repurpose funds from a variety of resources, and including, Department of Commerce, TANF grants, et cetera, to do exactly what Dean Wolf is talking about, to say, a lot of these are pilot things. And so what can we take from those pilots that we do want to continue and actually direct some resources to that? A big component of this potentially is that bottom one, the USA Apprenticeship Expansion Grant. It's a significant grant from Department of Labor that we just turned in 2 weeks ago, and I think Montana has a good chance of getting that grant. Again, that's not a forever strategy, but we do know that both federal agencies are prioritizing this, and so there will be opportunities there. Foundations are prioritizing this, so there are those opportunities. And then finally, at least in terms of apprenticeship, Governor Bullock, 2 months ago, I think it was, announced a proposal for an apprenticeship tax credit to really incentivize for employers to use this type of model. And I think having that investment on the part of an employer who's needing this workforce, as we heard about in the Billings presentation, to have a little bit of buy-in there as well will be a key part of this.
Thank you, Ms. Smiley. Other questions, comments? If not, Deputy Commissioner Seck, Director Lacey, Dr. Lacey, we thank you for this information. We sincerely look forward to the statewide report in November and then the other campus reports next year. So with that, should we yield the rest of the agenda back to you, Madam Vice Chair?
Thank you. Thank you, Regent Nystuen. At this point, we will go ahead and recess for lunch, and we do have an error on the agenda here. We did not allow for 1 hour for lunch, and we will allow just under 1 hour for lunch. So if everyone could return at 1:40, actually, if you could return at about 1:35, we will begin at 1:40. Thank you.